We call the meeting to order. For those in the audience, my name is Ed Everly. I work for the Wisconsin Department of Administration. I'm currently the chair of the Incorporation Review Board. We're here today to hear from people on the incorporation for the town of Brookfield. Specifically, I'd ask folks to keep their comments directed to that end. And again, we're here specifically to elicit testimonies from petitioners, interveners, neighboring communities, and the jurisdiction and area residents and businesses about this particular incorporation. This standard is set in Wisconsin Statute 66.0207, and just asked to keep to the facts for the town of Brookfield Incorporation. I'll have the members of the board, then staff, then the petitioners and parties of interest introduce themselves. I'll go through a couple housekeeping items and then turn it over to staff for review. So with that, I'll just start to my right and have board members introduce themselves, please.
Paul Fischer, Mayor of Lodi, a community of about 3,000 in Columbia County, about 100 miles north and west, halfway between Wisconsin Dells and Mass.
Rich Eggleston, I represent the Urban Alliance, and I live in the city of Fitchburg, which is the only city in Wisconsin that became a city as a result of a 4-3 decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And you needn't know more about that, but if you want to, let me know.
I'm Terry McMahon, supervisor of the Town of Waukesha in Muscatine County and a director for the Wisconsin Town Association.
I'm Eric Schmidtke with the Department of Administration. I work in the Municipal Boundary Review Program, which involves annexations, boundary agreements, and also incorporations, which is why we're here today.
My name is Renee Powers. I also work for the Department of Administration. I keep the Municipal Boundary Review Program as well as the Plat Review Program.
And I'm Bill Ramsey. I'm the Deputy Legal Counsel for the Department of Administration.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple housekeeping items to make the hearing run a little bit smoother. Again, this is not a court proceeding or legislative. It is a public hearing to take comments. We'll hear from both petitioners and parties of interest in just a bit here. If you don't have to speak, but I would ask if you wish to speak, I encourage you to do so, or if you want to comment in favor or opposition, right outside the door here there are hearing slips. And I'd ask that you print your name clearly, and then if you do come forward, for all those who will speak, this is most important for Elizabeth, our court reporter, if you would please state your name and spell it for her, and we'll keep comments, at least for those in the general public. Please try and keep your remarks to 3 minutes. Obviously, petitioners, parties of interest will have a longer time, but we'll start with them. Then we'll include public comment, take perhaps a short 5 or 10 minute break, and we'll start back in that order to kind of give you a feel of how the hearing will run today. There are restrooms just outside this door, and just as importantly, while unlikely in the event of an emergency, there's obviously an exit in that corner, and just outside the door here to the left is another exit if we need to leave. The agenda is also outside these doors, included by the hearing slips. And so as we proceed through the day, board members can ask questions of the petitioners or interveners if they can do the same with us. I will not be taking comments from the audience or have a back and forth. However, if you wish to approach myself or board members, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you during the breaks. If you would like to have conversation, I just ask as a courtesy to everyone else who's trying to speak and listen that you'd take those conversations outside the room. It's same if there's reporters here who wish to talk to myself or board members, we'd be happy to do that during the breaks. And then finally, if you do have a cell phone, I just ask that if you'd silence it at this time or double check it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Schmidtke of our staff, and he can go through some of the criteria for the petition.
I'll just go over some of the handouts that are in the back table as you came in. a lot of people in the hallway. We have some seats up here. Does anyone want to come in or?
We're employees.
So let me just talk about this handout first. It's a flow chart of the process. The two things I guess that are important to take from this flow chart are, number one, that there's different actors involved with the incorporation process. It started out with petitioners, then moved to the circuit court, and we're another part of the process, the Incorporation Review Board. And so you can see this gray box right here. This is where we're at today, public hearing. After today, what we have left in the process is 2 meetings in Madison. We have tentative dates, except for June and July. Those are tentative. At those meetings, we'll be talking about the standards. The board members will be talking about the standards amongst themselves. Based on what we hear from today in terms of what you provide us, both residents, petitioners, parties of interest, we'll take all the information that you provide us today. We'll go back and talk about that at our June and July meetings, and then we'll issue a determination on this. Our determination is due July 30th. So we will be sending that to the circuit court. The process goes back to the circuit court then. The board is statutorily authorized to grant the petition, deny the petition, or send it back with revised boundaries. Maybe boundaries that the board thinks could meet the standard. So the board has 3 choices to make. On July 30th, we'll be submitting our findings and determination on what we've decided. That goes to the circuit court, and then the circuit court will I guess, conclude the matter. The other handout you have is a calendar at the top, and this is just mirroring this and providing a little more detail for each of the boxes. If you look on the flow chart, you're going to see things going along, starting along in 2011 and going to 2012. Then you see our gray box is 2015. That's not a typo. This petition was stayed numerous times. Once to allow the petitioners and parties of interest to mediate differences, and then it was stayed a second time to allow for some court proceedings. So that's why we have that 3-year gap there, in case you were wondering. Let's move on to our third handout, and the statutory standards for what the Incorporation Review Board looks at. As I mentioned, there's different actors. The circuit court has different standards than we do. When they look at the petition, when they looked at it back in 2012, they were looking for minimum area and population standards. Our standards are different, and you'll see our standards right here in this document. Now, if you fill out a registration slip and you'd like to testify, we'd like to hear whatever it is that's important to you, whatever it is that brought you here today, to give us your opinions and thoughts and feedback. However, it's important when you testify to keep these standards in mind, because that's what we're going to be looking at. So, just brief, if you have any questions about the standards, feel free to ask during the break, or right now. Briefly, the standards are compactness and homogeneity, vacant territory beyond the densest part of the petition. I don't know, is the services standard at play here?
Yes.
It is, okay. So we'll be looking at services. Can the petitioned area provide services? And we'll be comparing that to a neighboring municipality who has petitioned to annex the territory and provide services.
That's only the city.
It's only one that we're going to be looking at?
The city of Brookfield is the only one that passed the petition.
So we're going to be comparing the petitioner's services to the city of Brookfield's services and comparing it to what the reasonable, the services desired by the residents and what's a reasonable level based on past determinations, case law, type of thing. We're going to look at the impact on the metropolitan community. How does this petition impact the region, the larger region? And we're going to impact the tax, the ability of the territory to raise sufficient revenue to operate as a village. Any questions on the standards? Again, we'd like to hear whatever you have to say, but if you can structure your comments around those standards, it would be most helpful for the board.
Thank you, Eric. Next, so for the next hour or so, what we'll do is we'll call forth now the petitioners, Town of Brookfield. They'll have 60 minutes, about an hour, to give their presentation, and then we'll have public comments for about 15 or 20 minutes, and then if the petitioners need, they can resume for another 20 minutes. I know that I was asked probably about 1:30 or so, we might pause for petitioners because they have a couple individuals who want to come and present, and we will. So with that, I'll call forward those who are going to be presenting.
Hi, my name is Jay Wall, petitioner for the town and its village application. And first thing, I'll thank the review board for your time, your energy, the fortitude it takes to look through the mountains of information, but also thank you for giving us this opportunity to present. Today we're going to recap 4 years processing, which has all been in the making leading to today. My petition requested town status be changed to village status, and the question is, why did I get involved? What was the basis for my change in my petition? I've been a Brookfield resident since 1988. I've been actively involved in a variety of fronts with and for the community. My personal experiences with our community leaders and their near unique approach to planning for the future while maintaining a fiscally responsible government while respecting all the shareholders, including residential and commercial owners, is that respect is the norm, not the exception between parties. The Marcus Plan, we all saw it, we all know about it, it's the Corners. The Corners was on the horizon for the development of over $200 million, which would ultimately require public sector support in the form of a TIF. The Corner Plan was so energizing, it was so dynamic and such a catalyst for the region that the governor signed legislation, totally unique, giving the town of Brookfield the first ever town authority to enact a TIF, a $30 million TIF. Additionally, this TIF and the TIF district were then reviewed and granted by a unanimous vote by all applicable tax authorities. There are additional areas in this petition request and in our TIF district which will undoubtedly redevelop and contribute to the TIF repayments well beyond the corners. The town, which has an equalized value of almost $1 billion, needs to protect this tax base to ensure timely, if not early, retirement of the $30 million in bonds which are going to be issued. The town needed the opportunity to work on the incredible redevelopment opportunities this development and the TIF district now would present. As a town, we have to go to other jurisdictions in the county to get approval on zoning. We felt the town needed to be proactive and timely in zoning, variances, and rezoning with our development partners to help them take advantage of the dynamic opportunities now available to them. And we wanted it to be timely assistance. Recognizing that we had to protect the existing community tax base, recognizing that we needed to have the zoning authority to fulfill the potential of this district, and recognizing the gravity and responsibility of bond repayment, early if possible. A change to village status was not only logical at the time, it was warranted. Today, all voices are going to be heard. It is part of due process. You'll hear recaps from the town. They're going to recap information submitted in detail prior, today, and at your request for your review. Others are also going to present. I simply ask for your consideration for the facts as presented. The initial legislation, unique, recognizing the opportunities for this community and recognizing the work that went in to get it to that point. The over $200 million in projects underway. The TIF district already been established and encompasses a much broader area than just the corner. The $30 million in bonding responsibility that this community takes very, very seriously. And the need for this community to protect its tax base while working with developers in a timely basis to make this flow. All of this will come to fruition if we are granted village status. Village status which will recognize the dynamics of this unique, forward-looking community. That's my recap of why I petitioned for village status. With that, and with the list of speakers, Gary Becker from Beer Bicker will now present the plan. Thank you for your time.
Computer up there. My name is Gary Becker. I'm a planner with Beer Bicker Associates and was retained by the town of Brookfield to assist in the preparation of the documents related to incorporation. And let's see here. That'll start it up. Did I do the right thing, Gary?
Yes. Where's Gary?
It's one. So that will not shut off by itself.
Shut off by itself.
Jane, now's a good time for a joke.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no,
He's right here.
well, Gary, it should be started. And moving good.
Okay, warming up. Thank you. Well, just to recap, some of the reasons that Mr. Walt reviewed for the reasons for incorporation are more efficient land control. So as was mentioned, the town currently has to go to the county for rezoning and land use changes. That adds a lot of time and complications to the process that when you're in a redevelopment environment like the town of Brookfield is, it puts the town at a disadvantage to some of the surrounding communities. Incorporation will provide greater tax base stability so that the $1 billion in tax base that the town currently has is secure so that the debt obligations of the town could be met going into the future. We believe that the incorporation of the town of Brookfield will result in improved regional cooperation by placing the town on the same footing as other municipalities within the county, within the region. the incorporation of the town will provide better access to the tools and to be able to better manage and finance the metropolitan development that's ongoing here, and pretty significant development. And finally, there's strong citizen support from the residents of the town for incorporation. This is the regional context for the town. You can see the proposed incorporation boundary here, and then this little piece up here, and then the surrounding municipalities. You know, it's a little difficult to see, but notice the density of the road networks throughout this area, and the density of roads within the incorporation area is similar as it is in the surrounding area here. And we've got an additional slide that gets at the density issues for the incorporated area. As far as cohesion and unity are concerned, the town of Brookfield is a very cohesive community. Residents identify with the town and with the community. There's a town newsletter. There's a strong history that's recognized by the residents and understood by the residents. There's a full spectrum of shopping and services, so with over 500 businesses within this incorporation area. And there are a number of community activities, a very active church community, and a very active and engaged recreation program for residents. As far as ordinances are concerned, the town has zoning and subdivision ordinances. They've declared village powers. Because of the zoning and subdivision ordinances that the town has had in place, you can see that the result of that is compact and homogeneous development within the town. And then, of course, the fact that the county must be involved in rezoning and land use changes, that does cause delay in obtaining approvals. And this chart shows just a comparison of the town's zoning ordinance with some of the surrounding communities. You can see that as far as the smallest permitted single-family residential lot in the town of Brookfield, it's 15,000. In the city of Brookfield, it's 20,000 square feet. The other communities are comparable or smaller than the town. As far as open space requirements for multifamily, it's 6,000 square feet in the town of Brookfield, 7,500 in the city, 6,500, 3,600. So it's the town has a good open space requirements, and open space and environmental protection is an important value for the town of Brookfield, and we'll get into that in just a little bit. As far as as far as office district floor to area ratio maximums, 60-foot buildings are allowed in the town at a 0.3 floor area ratio. Similar floor area ratio in the city of Brookfield, but the maximum building height is only 35 feet. Are there planned unit development district? Are planned unit developments allowed in the town? Yes, and as they are for the city of Brookfield and Berlin, but the city of Pewaukee does not allow them. Design and architectural review, yes, just in the town of Brookfield, just like in the other surrounding communities. And then finally, does the town zoning ordinance allow mixed-use T&D districts? And the town of Brookfield does, the city of Brookfield does, but none of the surrounding communities do. So as far as from a zoning and subdivision perspective, the town of Brookfield is comparable and equal in every way with the surrounding municipalities. As far as land use trends are concerned, Brookfield is nearly completely urbanized, with the exception of some open space and wetland areas and recreation areas, and a few vacant lots here and there. The town has completely developed. It is a major shopping and employment hub. I mentioned earlier there are over 500 businesses within the incorporation area, and they employ thousands of people. And this is an area that draws people from the region, and will continue as the Corners develops. It'll bring people from even a bigger area. Because it's been completely urbanized for quite a while, many of the commercial buildings are nearing the end of their useful life. And we've seen that with the Corners proposal, where some of the buildings that were there previously were at the end of their useful life. Those buildings have already been demolished, and the site is being prepared for the new development. And we see that continuing, that pressure will continue going into the future. Because of the growth of the metropolitan area, the only option is increasing density. So that's creating pressures for redevelopment. And the town needs incorporation to effectively address these trends. And we think that supports better metropolitan development in general. With this chart, you can see, well, there's the map shows the land uses. The kind of hatched area here, this is the area where the Corners is going in, is shown as mixed use. So there's a number of mixed use areas proposed along Blue Mound Road, as well as the commercial and retail shown in red. On the chart over here, you can see that almost 40% of the town has residential land uses. We're showing what these numbers are for the remnant town, and only 5.8% of the remnant town is residential. 28% of the town is tied up with the transportation network, and with the interchange out here at the I-94 and all the roads and arterials that are in the town, it's not surprising it's such a large number. Almost 22% of the incorporation area is in natural areas, primarily wetlands and environmental corridors. For the remnant town, it's almost 3/4 of the remnant town is in natural area. And then commercial at 5%, and then the other uses cluster amounts. As far as transportation is concerned, the town of Brookfield is served by Waukesha Metro Transit. They have 5 bus lines serving the town. The road network provides good connectivity. I-94 has over 118,000 vehicles per day, and the major arterials through the town have anywhere from 20 to 40,000 vehicles per day. So again, further confirmation of the fact that this is a regional shopping and employment hub that draws quite a few people into this area. The town also is developing a bike and pedestrian network. They have a master plan in place and have been implementing that master plan. Additional improvements to I-94 and mass transit will even increase further the capacity of the transportation system and provide even greater access to this area in the future. And there's a map showing the core of the incorporation area, particularly around the interchange at I-94, and then some of those traffic counts that were summarized on the previous slide. The land use plans for the region that cover the town of Brookfield all show the town of Brookfield being urban in character. The Southeast Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission Regional Land Use Plan for Southeast Wisconsin shows the area continuing to develop and with redevelopment and greater density. Waukesha County's land use plan also covers the town of Brookfield, and although the town of Brookfield doesn't have its own separate document, the land use projections and plans for the town of Brookfield are incorporated into the Waukesha County's land use plan, and they show similar urban character for this area. The town of Brookfield prepared a redevelopment plan for the Blue Mountain corridor that, again, recommends increasing density and promotion of redevelopment for the corridor along Blue Mountain Road. The City of Brookfield's comprehensive plan, and that's here. Has a number of items that cover the town of Brookfield. And one of the items in the land use plan in Chapter 1 states that the City of Brookfield should work to establish a cooperative relationship with the town of Brookfield, particularly as related to the future of the Blue Mountain Road corridor and long-term boundaries. Map 1 in the City of Brookfield's plan, which is the future land use, shows the town boundaries being maintained as they currently are. And the plan seems to suggest the city does not anticipate annexations or consolidation, at least through the year 2035. And it's typically in a comprehensive plan when a municipality intends to annex land, that should show up in the future land use plan. And for the City of Brookfield, it does not. On intergovernmental cooperation, it says, in the short term, the city will encourage the town in enhancing development design standards in its portion of the Blue Mountain Road corridor and support the annexation of property in the detached and isolated northwest quadrant of the town. And that's the remnant town part that we'll see in here in just a minute. And in other areas, if initiated and requested by area property owners. In the long term, the city supports consolidation between the two communities as a means to eliminate redundant services, better coordinate economic growth and health, and rationalize and help market the Brookfield community. Unfortunately, the above statement does not represent a collaborative approach, as the town has no desire to be consolidated with the city. So those are some of the items in the City of Brookfield comprehensive plan. The City of Brookfield did commission a consolidation feasibility study to determine the feasibility of consolidating the city and town of Brookfield, and that study recommends that the consolidation was not feasible, and that the city should not and the town should not attempt consolidation. One of the driving issues there is the differential tax rates between the city and the town of Brookfield, and town residents would see a pretty substantial increase in their tax rates as a result. As far as utilities are concerned, the town of Brookfield's sanitary sewer district number 4 provides both water and sewer service to the whole incorporated area. The town also has a stormwater utility district that provides stormwater management services. And you can see it with this chart that the town of Brookfield has, in the 2000 census, had 6,390. They serve 5,900 residents with municipal water service. That's 92.3%. Higher than all but the city of Waukesha. It's higher than the city of Brookfield, Village of Elm Grove, Menominee Falls, New Berlin, and Pewaukee. This map shows the proposed boundaries for incorporation. We've got this residential subdivision up here, and then the core area here that includes the portion of the town of Waukesha down here in the southwest corner. This area encompasses 4.2 square miles. There are 6,255 people here. By 2030, this will be there will be about 1,600 more people in this area, and this encompasses almost 98% of the town's existing population. This map shows density in the Milwaukee metropolitan area, and the shaded area here are areas that have a population density greater than 1,200 persons per square mile. So So you can see the town of Brookfield here and here is the same density, or has at least the same density or greater density than many of the areas surrounding it, and higher density than many other communities in the metropolitan area. No, well, this would be a good time to take a break.
We have two witnesses that will share. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Doug Nice. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Marek Corporation, based in home base in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Many of you will probably know of us where we own and operate movie theaters, hotels and resorts, and our significant real estate ownership, with a significant portion of that real estate ownership here in the state of Wisconsin. This year, 2015, is actually the year that we'll be celebrating our 80th anniversary as a company. And as I was thinking about my remarks for you today, I realized that we've actually been working with the town for not quite half of that. We've been working with the town for over 30 years now. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, during this time period, we have been the town's largest taxpayer. It all started actually back in the early 80s when we acquired the land, and now we're talking about the corners, Gerke's Corners, the southeast corner of Blue Mound and Barker Roads. We acquired that land in order to put several of our businesses. So for those of you that have been around for a while will remember that we had a screen movie theater there. We built a Budgetel Inn. Later became Little Quinta. If you remember the Mark's Big Boy days, the kid with the Pompadour and the hamburger, you'll remember we had a Big Boy there and a KFC. And we had a strip center. And we did all of that. We developed all of that on that property working with the town. Approximately 9 years ago, we closed that movie theater and opened up what is our flagship movie theater, the Majestic of Brookfield, Mark's Majestic Cinema of Brookfield, in the town of Brookfield, on a site of a former cheese manufacturer, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was also done with an environmental TIF that was paid off early. And while I did just recently we joked at the groundbreaking ceremony that it seems like we were working on the corners since 80 years ago. In fact, we did get started on that probably a good 6 years ago now. After we had closed that theater, we started looking at what we could do with that particular piece of property. The fact is that we went through a very difficult process, a long process to do a $200 million plus project that you've probably heard a little bit about or will be hearing more about as well. A project of this magnitude would not be possible without the cooperation of everyone involved with the town. I personally have been involved in the project for about 4 years now, and have had numerous opportunities to meet with Rick Zopp and Jim Hammis and Keith Henderson and the entire town board, Gary Lake, and the list goes on and on. They've also supplemented their team when needed with excellent outside resources, includes Mike Harrigan from the firm Ellers to serve as their financial advisor. So a very professional team that we've worked with throughout this whole process. Throughout the entire process, they have demonstrated a willingness to work with us. They've been cooperative. They have been extremely professional. Don't get me wrong, the negotiations were difficult, and that's actually a feather in their cap as well. They knew what they wanted in order to protect the constituents that they were representing, and they worked hard to get to where they needed to be. They were flexible when they felt they could be, and they were very unyielding when they felt they had to be. No one should underestimate the accomplishment that has occurred here. A project this size and scope of the corners is very hard to do. There are not many examples, in fact, in the entire state of Wisconsin as it relates to projects of this importance and of this size and magnitude. It was complicated, but we got it done, and the town of Brookfield deserves a ton of credit for that. The result ultimately is a project that's not only going to be great for the town of Brookfield, but frankly for the entire region, the entire southeastern Wisconsin area. This was a really big deal when it got done in the town of Brookfield. As a result, I think it's something to be congratulated, and it certainly was my pleasure to be able to speak on their behalf today. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Chuck Sampe. I'm the owner's representative for Bradford Real Estate. We are the joint venture partner with Marcus. And about a year ago, we got involved with looking at this project, and I primarily came on board around October, and we started getting involved in this 8-building complex, which has about 1,700 parking for 1,700 cars, has about 750,000 square feet of retail, and we're looking today at 244 apartment units, which will all be put together as a mixed unit, small town, kind of town center. Sure, if we wanted to get us site plan, I wasn't sure which site you had. Okay, so we have a couple renderings here. This rendering is from Blue Mountain Road. This is looking south, and what you see here is, and what you see here is the first view that you will come across when you come into the project. There's a main entry lane that takes you down to the lower level parking, another one that takes you to the upper level town center, and then one that takes you around the grocery store that we have planned for that part of the project. The main anchor of this project is Von Maur. They're at the very south end. They also have a lot of exposure along 94 as you would exit onto Barker Road. This is a good shot to kind of give you an idea of the curbs that were set up, and this is a deck that all sits on top of the 1,700 car parking garage. And in the center of the town, we have a little park. This park will create activities for, maybe the music, that kind of thing. It'll be a event-oriented situation that will draw people to the center of it, as well as provide a little park for the people that live here and also shop here. And what we would be doing is up here we would have residential, first floor, which is one-story retail throughout the whole project. This gives you a shot of the anchor store. This is the most current drawing we have. And what you see here, this line right here is the deck. So as you drive into this, to the parking garage, you'll actually arrive at this level and park on this spot. And then there's several ways to get upstairs through the retail and also some other elements like escalators and stairs. Here's another good shot of the Blue Mountain Road elevation, starting over here. Right here is the entry to the parking garage, and there's another one over here, the parking unit, and then there's a little ramp that takes you up to the upper level. Right now, the land was like this and then came up slowly to Marcus Drive. We're cutting this all the way back to this point and going up, and that's how we provide all that parking that's going to be underground. These are the buildings I was talking about. Again, Blue Mountain Road is up here. This is the entries into the project. You can also come in on Marcus Drive along here. Von Maur is the anchor, and it sits along 94. Yeah. And there's plans for a bridge that would go across Poplar Creek down at this point here. This kind of gives you a little better scale. Again, this is such a big project. We're looking at 10 acres of development on a 20-acre site. But this kind of gives you a little bit a vision of the demised retail spaces. Underground, this is what the parking would look like. Yeah, eventually we see that, that's all there is, okay. I'll back up to this site. When the project's all complete, there'll be permanent employment for 1,100 people. And on the way there, we see that during the construction, we didn't employ about 800 people. Also, I believe there's a tax benefit of about $8 million a year for this entire project. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Can I ask a question about the underground parking?
Sure.
That you showed on the slide? That's the underground parking looks like it's below this entire development. Is that wrong way?
It's a long way.
It's a long way? Okay. Could you ask a question again? I was going to try to go to the parking.
As though, it seems as though the underground parking is below practically the entire development, right there.
That's correct.
So all those stores here are really above that parking garage.
That's correct, with the exception of a couple, like, for example, Von Mar at the lower end has a lower level, so people can park.
And walk right in?
Walk right in the store. And from that point, they can come up to the main level and walk around. We also have 8 points of vertical transportation where we can handle almost 20,000 people an hour walking up and down through this site.
Like escalators?
Well, it's almost like a stadium in a sense, with the number of stairs that we have, escalators and elevators.
If I could maybe answer your question too, the parking structure is owned by the Town of Brookfield Community Development. Okay, so and the town just entered into a contract to have that built. We're floating $35 million in bonds. So the CDA will own the parking structure, and then the retail and residential are built on top of the parking structure. The parking structure itself will be a condominium unit. Most of it will be public, owned by the CDA, but there'll be a mezzanine area, separate condominium airspace, where the residential occupants will have private parking. So they pull in, they go off and they'll park there. And we call it parking structure, but it's not like you would pull into a parking ramp. It's 17 or 18 feet in height. Okay, so when you drive in, it's not like driving into a parking ramp. It's into a big parking structure. It's be set up where as you drive in, if you look down, you still get LED lights on.
Yes, yeah.
You drive down and you look down an aisle, there'll be LED lights along the top. If you see a green light, you know there's an open parking space in that aisle. Red, they're all full. Okay, and then, so that's the way it's to be set up. So the first thing, and I think another week or so, they would start pouring footings. So they tend to be completed in November of 2016. The parking structure has to be completed first for the rest of the building.
It's almost like a big port to share. You're not just going into a garage and parking your car and walking away. As you pull in, you're going to be able to see this, a lot of light around an escalator and elevators to the left-hand side. And these other stores that you see along the top, they also have a ground floor appearance too. So, for example, if you live here in the upper left-hand corner, Sussex, you'd be able to pull in, get some food, and drive up to the mezzanine level to park your car and take an elevator that only goes to the apartments and go from there. So that center area that you drive through, and Gary showed me a drive that goes to Von Mar. Yeah. That drive there is going to be like, a typical parking garage is about 5 foot candles. We're going to be more like 15. It's going to be a bright aisle. You kind of come down this whole thing as you drive through. That area is about a little more than 17, 18 feet high, but it's also about 200 feet wide. So you've got this big mess area, of course, with columns to support everything. And then we have mezzanine parking behind that. So it all centers down that center aisle.
What's the residential population of the building?
It's 244 units. It's about 10% studio, 30% one bedroom, 10% one bedroom den for the single parents, that kind of thing, and then 40% two bedroom.
So what would you estimate the population to be?
Oh, total number of people, well, let's see. Probably about I would say between 450 and 600 people.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Just a reminder, as Gary's going to proceed with the presentation, we'll have the petitioners proceed for about the next 25 minutes. If you, for those who have come in the room, if you wish to speak, please fill out a slip just outside the doors. And if you have slips in hand and you wish to speak, you just please bring those forward and hand them to Renee. We'll see that you're called forward.
All right, so the next slide talks about land suitable for development. And as we mentioned previously, nearly all suitable land has already been developed in the town. Currently, there are 25 acres in the Town of Waukesha portion of the incorporation area. That's the largest undeveloped parcel in the proposed incorporation area. And as discussed earlier, the cycle of development and new development and redevelopment is occurring, and its increasing density is already underway, and as evidenced by the corners proposal there. As far as tax revenue is concerned, the town is already providing services to its residents. The town does not anticipate a significant change in tax rate or operating budget. And you can see the comparison of the town of Brookfield with mill rates, surrounding communities, and what the local share of that mill rate is. And the town compares very favorably with surrounding communities. Estimate of equalized value, this is the number from 2010. Values have dropped slightly as they have all over the state, but it's still right around $1 billion in equalized value. And you can see the total equalized values here for the city of Brookfield, which is the blue line, and the town of Brookfield, which is this line. So very, very close in equalized value, and actually the town of Brookfield has more equalized value than many of the municipalities within the area. Whoops. As far as special purpose districts go, there are two. There's a sanitary district number 4. That will likely be dissolved upon incorporation and then reformed as a municipal utility. There's also stormwater utility district number 1, and that may require a boundary change to bring in the town of Waukesha portion of the incorporation, if that's feasible. There are a number of intergovernmental agreements in place between the town and surrounding communities. There's a countywide mutual aid agreement that the town participates in that provides emergency response aid. The city of Waukesha and the town of Brookfield have a rescue service training agreement. The city of Waukesha and the town of Brookfield have a transit service agreement. And there are several emergency water service agreements, one with the city of Brookfield and one with the city of Milwaukee. There are several agreements in place that relate to sanitary sewer interceptor construction and operation between the town and the city of Brookfield, city of New Berlin, and the city of Milwaukee. The town has a radio system contract with Waukesha County. There is a resolution by the town board expressing willingness to enter into boundary agreements with the city of Brookfield. That was, and there's water and sewer, sanitary service or sewer agreements between the city of Brookfield and sanitary district number 4 in 2011.
Gary,
Yeah.
how old is that resolution? Boundary. Willing the standard boundary.
Yeah, that was done in, was it 2012 or 13? Do you know, Rick?
So relatively recent.
Yeah, it's part of the incorporation process. other ones, but the one he's referring to was done after the incorporation petition was filed.
I think it was 2012.
And I think that's included in the materials that.
There are a number of capital facility needs that have been identified by the town, and this is in their 5-year capital improvement plan, including continued improvements and upgrades for the Parks and Recreation Department, new equipment for the Fire Department, the Department of Public Works, the Police Department, Building and Zoning. The town has been very good at managing its debt. It's currently less than 4% of its statutory debt limit. This map shows the remnant town up here. The yellow parcels are parcels that were recently annexed to the city of Brookfield. So those, when the initial petition was submitted, these parcels were part of the remnant town. Now they are in the city of Brookfield. We believe that there will be no impact on fiscal condition or services for the remnant town. The new village will continue to provide all the existing services to the remnant town under contract if they so desire. And the new village will not need the revenue from the remnant town should they decide not to secure services from the new village. The remnant town is about $28 million in equalized value. That's about $100,000 in annual tax revenue. Compare that to the nearly $1 billion in assessed value for the incorporation area. There are 138 people that live in the remnant town. Only about 3% of the town of Waukesha is in the incorporation area. The population, area, and value, therefore, is there's little expected impact on the remaining 97% of the town of Waukesha. The new village is willing to compensate the town of Waukesha for any losses in tax revenue as a result of bringing this area in. There are limited options for the remaining town, or I should say there are a number of options for the remaining town. The remnant portions of the town in the northwest could choose to become part of either the town of Lisbon, the city of Pewaukee, the village of Menominee Falls, or the city of Brookfield. So quite a few choices there for those properties. The remnant portions of the town to the south could choose to become part of the city of Brookfield or city of Berlin. And I'm just going to go back to this slide. There are just a few small parcels down here that are in the south area, and one here that are also part of the remnant town. And that's what this slide is talking about. The remnant portions of the town to the south could choose to become part of the city of Brookfield or the city of New Berlin. Or this area could remain as a town receiving services from the new village under contract. As far as policy, regulatory, and service issues are concerned, the town and the city of Brookfield currently cooperate on critical issues, but the relationship is admittedly contentious. Relationships with nearby municipalities is expected to improve once the town is on an equal footing, which incorporation would provide. The town is already providing a full set of utility, public safety, and environmental protection services, which is having a positive impact on the metropolitan community. Failure to incorporate could jeopardize the town's ability to continue providing such services in the face of piecemeal annexations, and we believe that situation would have an overall negative impact on the metropolitan community. The consolidation option is not feasible and would leave town residents worse off, and it's not feasible based on the city of Brookfield's own study. As far as consistency with county and adjacent municipalities, we believe the incorporation of the town of Brookfield would have no impact on the county or adjacent municipalities. The ongoing contentious boundary issues distracts both the town and the city from focusing on service efficiency. And town officials will continue to participate and cooperate with the county and other municipalities on regional regulatory policy and service issues. Now, since a lot of this material was put together back in 2012, and since 2012, there have been several new developments, many of which have already been mentioned. But just to summarize those recent updates that we believe further supports the case for the incorporation of the town of Brookfield. Those two parcels I showed on the previous map that were recently annexed to the city of Brookfield, as was discussed by the representatives from Marcus Corporation, the town created a CDA back in 2012 because of the pressures for redevelopment. And as you may know, community development authorities have as their primary purpose the managing of redevelopment within municipalities. The town has secured authorization from the state of Wisconsin and completed the establishment of tax increment district number 1, and we'll show a map here in just a moment. The CDA and the town board were able to negotiate this very complex development agreement with the Marcus Corporation and Brookfield Corners LLC for financing of that parking structure that you just mentioned. The town board conducted a study to understand the impact that multifamily housing was having on the town. As in many other communities, there have been quite a few proposals for multifamily housing projects, and the town wanted to understand what impact that would have on the town. And then they commissioned a development feasibility study for the area across Blue Mountain Road in the Corners project. They wanted to understand what the redevelopment opportunities were for that area across the street. So we believe all those items further support the idea that the town of Brookfield really is an urban municipality already, and needs the corporation, needs to be formally recognized as a municipality. This shows the boundaries for the TIF district, and let's see, in the yellow here, and this is the Corners project here. This is Poplar Creek here. The development agreement that was negotiated by the CDA has calls for the Marcus Corporation to construct a bridge across here, across Poplar Creek, to access this area here. Now, this area is another part of the town where the buildings are at the end of their useful life. They're really showing their age and trying to be redeveloped. Oh yeah, so let's see here. So traffic here, to provide better traffic circulation from the Corners project, this bridge will help bring traffic through this area to Janacek Road and then out to Blue Mountain. So it does help with the, not only improve circulation for the Corners project, but it opens this area up for redevelopment. And just to give you an indication of what it looks like down in that area, here's some of the photos, some of those buildings. So that concludes my remarks.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I have two quick questions here. First, you said that the City of Brookfield Comprehensive Plan is largely in support of maintaining town of Brookfield boundaries with the exception of that north area. There seems to be the status quo here. And when was that comprehensive plan developed, and was the town of Brookfield a party to that?
I don't believe the town is a party to the city's comprehensive plan, and the date escapes me, but it's, yeah, I can get that to you here in just a second.
The second question I had was that Town of Waukesha piece south, why was that included as part of the petition? And how does it relate to the other parts of the proposed road?
Well, there are two reasons it was included. One is the town needed to meet the minimum area requirements for incorporation. And so that, it made sense, primarily because that part of the town of Waukesha does not receive very many services from the town itself, and it's kind of an ignored area down there.
Oh, real funny man. Boy, you are where are you coming from? Yeah, right.
Well, that worked brought up there.
And so the town believes it can provide better services to that area than what is currently provided by the town.
Further questions from board members?
Back to the beginning. With respect to the TIF, if the status has changed to village, what is the effect on that TIF district? And is there an effect on the town remnant with respect to the TIF district if village status is changed?
There should not be an impact on the TIF district from incorporation. The state granted the town of Brookfield full municipal TIF powers as far as that TIF district is concerned. So it's set up as if it was a municipality, an incorporated municipality. As far as the impact on the remnant town, I think the impact would be minimal. There's only $28 million in property value in that area.
Would they be responsible for any of the debt?
No. There would be an allocation of debt between the town, the incorporated area, and the remnant town.
In 1999 and 2001, petitions were dismissed because of the widely separated areas. What's been done to rectify those reasons from those two petitions till today? Because they were denied because of widely separated areas.
Well, we believe that, there's only one separated area in this petition, and that's the subdivision just to the north of the core area. And the town believes that to be an important part of the core of the town, and that area needs to be part of the incorporation. Jim, did you want to?
Well, the 99 petition included that, what we refer to as the capital drive area, the remnant portion, which is widely separated from the rest of the town. So when this petition was put together, they used the core area, and then the 288 acres, which is an island, it was included in the petition to meet the minimum force code knowledge. So that, going back to that was the widely separated area, the capital drive area.
Any other questions?
We can, about 5 minutes or so. I don't know if this is a good point for you.
Yeah, we'll just, we've got the 80 under, I think the Philly, I think this will be long, so. Of course, you have to speak fast for a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to share some information with you. A lot of this has been included in the prior presentation, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, just take a few minutes. Again, my name is Wendy Unger. I'm a partner with Baker Tilly and the external auditors for the current town of Brookfield. I just want to share some information that supports their financial stability and strength as of the end of the past calendar year. first item I'd like to share with you is that the town's governmental funds, their day-to-day funds, had a very strong financial position as of the end of 2014. $2.3 million of fund balance in total. $1.7 million of that was within the general fund, their operating fund. Of that $1.7 million, $350,000 was funds that were set aside for the outright purchase of a fire truck during 2015, monies that they earmarked for that purpose. The remaining balance, $1.3 million, represents roughly 27% of the town's operating budget. Monies they have available for working capital needs, contingencies. The town does currently have a policy in place that requires a minimum of 15% to be earmarked. Again, have 27% set aside, so again, a very strong position within their governmental funds. Also, as noted earlier, the town currently has very little general obligation debt. Within, again, those same governmental funds, $130,000 of debt existed as of the end of the year, a very small portion of what their borrowing capacity is. They do have some additional general obligation debt that exists within their utilities, as noted earlier. Their water utility does have $200,000 of debt outstanding that would offset against that debt limit. Again, they have 99.3% of their borrowing capacity, which equates to roughly $48.6 million available as of the end of 2014 for future borrowing needs. Another item to note, as noted, they have a very stable tax rate. Their mill rate has remained relatively stable over the past several years with a declining assessed value. That mill rate has remained from the range of 3.56 in 2011 to roughly 3.8 in 2014, with some of the years remaining completely unchanged. As noted in the previous presentations, the town does currently have a water and sewer utility along with the stormwater utility. We also have a utility that has been set up to handle the refuse process. All of those funds currently are self-supporting with very little capital or major maintenance type needs coming up on the near horizon. Lastly, as noted as part of the presentation, as part of this incorporation process, there is a portion of the existing town that would not be included. That portion represents roughly $71,000 of the current 2015 tax revenue, less than 2% of what the town would be collecting if the incorporation did not move forward. This is a very minor decrease to the town, who has a very solid financial position. And it is believed that even with that $71,000 decrease, the amounts of services, the types of services would still continue to be provided to that area, which you'll hear in a moment from the department heads. I've shared, again, some very high-level financial information. I thank you for the opportunity. Very excited to be here supporting the town's current situation, and thank you for your time.
Any questions from board members?
Briefly describe how the corners project would affect those numbers or could affect?
I haven't really been part of that discussion, and besides the debt.
I guess we'll have other speakers address that, but in summary, it would, because there is, under the development agreement, there's an annual payment to the town beginning next year, $50,000 to cover administrative expenses associated with the cost. And then there's $300,000 available to town consultants between now and the time the project is completed. And then after that, there's tip revenues that would take care of that. And the way the development is set up, the town retains 3/4 of the tip revenues generated on areas outside of the corners project. So they have all that money coming in, which can be used for other projects, tip-related projects, if not ultimately for that.
Town revenue, what percent of the existing general obligation debt will be their responsibility?
The current general obligation debt exists for the purchase of an ambulance and the trunk radio agreements. I'm not sure what the exact percentage is that would be allocated to that remnant portion. Again, that total being $130,000 in total. I'm not sure that I know the.
It was based on assessed valuation of 28 million of the assessed value of the property, with roughly $1 billion in town, so it's percentage wise. It was allocated based on percentage.
So everything goes through, and you've got the town rent. What I'm getting at is, how much of the debt is the responsibility of the remnant?
Well, it was, the town, there's a resolution that was adopted by the town board in the packet that said that we will continue to provide the same level of services, which includes debt payments as is currently provided for the same tax revenues. So they have the option of contracting with the village, provide municipal services and payment of debt. All they do is turn over the tax revenue to the town. That's the way it's proposed to be handled. If they don't contract with another municipality.
Any further questions from board members?
That resolution is in the President's.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to break from this portion and give the public a chance to comment. First up, we will have Steve Ponto, who's mayor of the city of Brookfield.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be here today with Marek, the chairman of the Town of Waukesha, the city of Waukesha representatives, and the village of Summit in opposing the Town of Brookfield's Incorporation petition. Each of us have somewhat different reasons for our opposition, and I respect all of those reasons. I reviewed the legal case with our outside counsel, Stan Riffle, and with our city of Brookfield attorneys, and I believe the legal case is even stronger against Town Incorporation than it was in the previous incorporation efforts, which were not successful. Specifically with regard to the Town of Waukesha, I share their concern, even outrage, at having 288 acres included in the Town of Brookfield's Incorporation petition, not only without their consent, but without even notice. Chairman Marek can speak to his own concerns about the Town of Brookfield's Incorporation, and while we are united in opposing it, we probably do have different reasons for doing so based on the communities we represent. In addressing issues between the city and town of Brookfield, I am addressing this specific situation. This may not be the case with other town governments such as the Town of Waukesha, which I believe is relatively rural compared with the rather urbanized Town of Brookfield. From a broad perspective, I believe one of the problems that we have in southeastern Wisconsin is too many governments. Editorial writers, academicians, and many of those working in local governments know this and have often pointed it out. In this time of deep concern about unnecessary government spending, and with municipalities facing strict levy limits from the state government, we as a region simply cannot afford to have duplicative local governments with each having a lot of expensive personnel, equipment, and facilities. It is too expensive. The Town of Brookfield's incorporation is objectionable because it would freeze that duplication between the city of Brookfield and the Town of Brookfield into place. And that is why I'm so opposed to the town's incorporation. It is also an operational disadvantage to have fractured government, particularly where the Town of Brookfield and the city of Brookfield operate so closely together, for instance with regard to Janacek Road. Having fewer governments, having more unified government, would help us as an area plan our development more effectively. We could have a unified approach to community development. We could also have a more unified approach to providing services to our residents. The City of Brookfield's finance director, who will speak later, Scyoc, has done a study which shows that people of the town and city of Brookfield could receive city-level services from our city government, which are generally higher than the level of services of those provided by the town, and still save $2 million a year in taxes and fees collectively. Think of that, a higher level of services at substantially less cost because the government is operating on a more effective basis. The problem that we have is that in the context of the city and town of Brookfield, and in similar situations in metropolitan areas, there can easily be a misallocation of government costs and benefits, particularly where communities are similar and flow into one another. For instance, I believe that the town of Brookfield implicitly relies on services from nearby municipalities, such as the city of Brookfield. They rely on backup for police and fire protection, for parks and recreation, for the senior center, for libraries, but they want to remain ostensibly independent, separate, because their taxes are marginally lower. I believe if the costs and benefits were accurately aligned, taxes of the town of Brookfield taxpayers would be somewhat higher, and taxes of city of Brookfield taxpayers would be somewhat lower. Many residents of the town have told me that they consider themselves to be residents of the city, that they use our resources, that they come to our events, and for all intents and purposes, they regard themselves as residents of Brookfield, the city of Brookfield. In fact, having fractured governments in the context of the city and town of Brookfield not only makes it more difficult to solve problems, it creates problems by not having a coordinated approach, and sometimes even a conflicting approach. If the town of Brookfield wants to be part of an incorporated government, I urge them, first of all, to consider joining the city of Brookfield. Alternatively, the town or parts of the town could join other neighboring existing incorporated governments. But this area does not need another separately incorporated municipal government with these economic disadvantages frozen in place. The town of Brookfield has no allies in this incorporation effort. Any entity that has taken a stand on this has taken a stand against them. Thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Hessil, followed by Brian Tom Fischer, supervisor of the town of Waukesha. Daniel.
Good afternoon.
Daniel, if you could just spell your name too, please, for the court report.
My name is Daniel Hessil, Hessil, and myself and my wife live on Arcadian Avenue, Highway 59, Greenfield, coming out of Milwaukee. We've been there almost 30 years. When we bought the property, we knew the road was going to be widened. We did not know that it was going to come mostly on the front of our property. And I had to deal with the DOT for many years, which I would never wish anybody to have to do again. I would rather take on ISIS. But anyway, I have my property totally changed from what it was. The DOT has not, in any way, shape, or form, put my property back the way it was. I'm done with them now, finally, after all my legal expense, fighting with my wife, almost getting divorced, and every other thing. I'm probably in the near future finally going to get my lot where it needs to be, which is still not anywhere as what it was. But we wanted to stay in the town of Waukesha. I didn't want to go to the town of Brookfield. I didn't want to go to the city of Waukesha. If I wanted to, we would have moved there. We want to stay in the town. I always hear from Brookfield, those people over there, they don't have services, they don't have this. What the hell is that? Why don't you ask us what we have? We know what we have. I have been there almost 30 years. Almost all the people around there have been there the same or longer. Now, if it was so bad, why are we still there? People don't move in and out of our area. We like the rural setting. If we become a village status, we're going to be closer to a city status. And where we are, I can't believe we're going to have any services any better than we have already. We have wells. Now we got new septic systems because of the road. We've got protection in our area by the highways 59, 164, we're covered by the state patrol, we're covered by the county, which is going to give us as good a service as police from Brookfield would, maybe even better. So we get nothing from that. We've got our own sewer, our own water, we control that. I can't see anything that the village has to offer us that we don't already have, unless they start to come with sidewalks or whatever they put in there by us. You can talk to any of the neighbors around by us. None of us want to have this happen. We get along with the people over there, but we don't want to be in with them and have to pay higher taxes for something we're not going to get anything out of. We are separated from them, and we don't go over to that area to use any of those services. So we feel like we're Ukraine and they're Russia, and they're saying, you all want to come with us, and we say, no, we don't, but they're trying to pull us over there. People sometimes don't like some of my stories, but that's too bad. You have to listen to it. That's part of your job. And I tell you what, if we become a village and they come over and start putting their regulations on us, after all the fighting I've done and everything else, I'm probably going to have to move. So all this fighting, being there 30 years, fighting the DOT, even fighting my own lawyer, fighting my wife, which I'd rather fight a bear than to fight her. I'll tell you that right now. I finally come to the end of the road and then end up being in the village, which I have no choice of, which could possibly cause us to have to move into another part of the town of Waukesha. So thank you for listening to my story, and I have much more, but I don't have all day. You don't either. But I don't want to become a part of them and be under their jurisdiction. I have no trouble being in the town of Waukesha. All my neighbors around here have no problem with the town of Waukesha. So don't have the people from the town of Brookfield say, oh, they're going to be better off. None of us think we're going to be better off. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have Brian Tom Fischer, followed by Mike Laska. And Brian, if you could just spell your name as well, please.
R-I-A-N, Fischer is F-I-S-C-H-E-R. Do I have to follow that gentleman? That's a tough act to follow. In fact, I don't know whether we've even met, but I think he had part of my speech, which I have written out, not clean.
Maybe you'll be better informed.
Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment. I reside in the town of Waukesha. I own a business property in the town of Waukesha. Neither of my properties are located in the impacted area. I'm also one of 4 elected at-large town supervisors, having served in that capacity since I was first elected 4 years ago. I'm here today to speak not only for myself, but to provide a voice to more than 9,000 residents of the town of Waukesha, the vast majority of whom are opposed, many adamantly opposed, the taking of 288 acres of land in the town of Waukesha. As has been noted by others, almost without exception, those who own residential and business property in the 288 acres oppose the land grab. I think you'll hear more about that later today, but they are almost all universally and adamantly opposed. Without intending to be disrespectful to anyone or to this very serious process, I submit that the majority of the stakeholders in the town of Waukesha neither understand nor care very much about compactness or homogeneity. I'm persuaded, however, and I've talked to many of them over the past 4 years, that they are deeply concerned about fundamental democratic principles which would be cast to the curb if this incorporation process goes forward. They care about freedom of association and freedom of choice, both of which are bedrock American principles. If the incorporation process goes forward and a single referendum is held, in lieu of what I think would be appropriate, which would be separate referendums for both the town of Waukesha and the town of Brookfield, the result of that single referendum being held in which a small number of voters in the town of Waukesha would be cast into the pool with a large number of voters from the town of Brookfield. The outcome of that is certain. The referendum would pass. Those voters in the town of Waukesha would be denied their freedom to choose to remain in the town of Waukesha. Effectively, the result would not be a marriage of choice, but a marriage by force. It is not for me to divine the intent of those who wrote and adopted the incorporation statute many years ago, but it strains credulity to even imagine that they intended it to be used for one town to grab land from another town. In closing, I offer an analogy and a rhetorical question for your thoughtful consideration. On the other side of the world, you heard this moments ago, there's a land grab in progress. Vladimir Putin's aggressive incursion into the Crimean portion of the Ukraine under the guise of what I don't understand. I leave with you my rhetorical question. What is the fundamental difference between Putin's incursion and attempt to take land from Ukraine, from the Crimean Peninsula, and the town of Brookfield to take 288 acres of land from the town of Waukesha? This is clearly not the forum for debate, but I'll submit the answer to that is that fundamentally there is no difference. And thank you for the time and the opportunity to provide this questions.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we'll have Mike Laska. Mike, can you just spell your name too, please?
Yeah. My name is Mike Laska, Laska. I live at W232 South 6113 Charles Drive in the town of Waukesha. I lived in the town for over 40 years. My wife and I built our home back in '73. I have served our town as volunteer fire department, volunteer fireman, town chair 95 to 97, and town soup at the beginning of this town of Brookfield versus town of Waukesha state of affairs. I feel the action of the town of Brookfield proposed takeover of some 288 acres in the town of Waukesha as a land grab that is not only pathetic, I find it repulsive. The town of Brookfield is not a good neighbor by any means. I base that statement on history. Highway 59, Greenfield Avenue, very close to here, was improved some years back. I want to say 07, 08, I don't know exactly. The town of Waukesha's portion of that large project was $500,000. $500,000 came out of our coffer, and we paid it. The town of Brookfield had a responsibility that, to the best of my knowledge, didn't pay anything. They never paid. Interesting how both towns had the same legal advice. We paid, and the town of Brookfield didn't. Interesting. Springdale Road, another project, cost us $130K. This, of course, if the town of Brookfield gets their way, will be another gift. Compliments of the town of Waukesha. Interesting. It is my understanding that both town boards have to agree on this petition if it's a green light and go, and you folks get to decide that. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb. There has been some reverberations about a purchase price of 288 acres, something like $60K a year for 10 years. Wow, really? Town of Brookfield can't be serious. You will probably hear from other Town of Waukesha board members adamantly portraying their dislikes for this petition. I say to that, it's only smoke. Why? They will turn 180 degrees and will accept some sort of cash offer. I predict this will happen, and the majority of the members of the Town of Waukesha board, not including Supervisor Wolf, will sell out our 130 residents, properties, and adjoining businesses. To To the folks of the town of Waukesha, in our audience, the explanation for accepting a cash offer will be sugar-coated with deception. That you can bank on. I strongly oppose this petition that affects the town of Waukesha's land and its people. I also want to thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Joseph Brunner.
My name is Joseph Brunner, B-R-U-N-N-E-R. I oppose this thing going into Brookfield. You think Brookfield should go into the city of Brookfield where they belong, but it should have went in 20, 30 years ago. And I've been out there for 16 years, and it's just urban, nice, quiet neighborhoods. And why we'd want to go by the Collins or any other places, I don't know. I would go there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Next, we have, apologize, I'm trying, John, is it Manor? Marek. You just spell your name too.
I learned how to write. The nuns wouldn't be proud of me. It's M-A-R-E-K. I do live in the town of Waukesha. I'm also the town chair, and I am a stakeholder in the 288 acres. I probably own the single largest part of the 288 acres. From my perspective as chairman, I don't want to lose sight of what this petition is really about. I don't want to look at big buildings and fancy developments. This is really about the 130 property owners in the 288 acres that are being attempted to attach to the town of Brookfield. While 97% of the town of Waukesha will not be directly affected, there is 3% of the town residents that will be directly, very really, and negatively affected. The town of Waukesha, like all other towns in the state of Wisconsin, has long fought annexations and attachments from neighboring municipalities. We attempt to protect our boundaries, keep our residents and businesses within the town of Waukesha. We have opposed and continue to oppose the town of Brookfield attachment of our 288 acres. The residents and the businesses in this area have expressed their concern and their desire to remain in the town of Waukesha. If this incorporation were allowed to proceed, the residents and the property owners, the business owners there would see a near doubling of their town portion of property taxes. None of them are looking for that. All of them have expressed their desire to remain in the town with the current services and the current town government that they enjoy. The loss of $60 to $70 million of tax base to the town of Waukesha will also detrimentally affect our budget. Additionally, there is expansion that is possible in that area, and specifically in the commercial corridors, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. The town of Waukesha will also not enjoy any of that development if the incorporation petition were allowed to proceed. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. At this time then, I'll resume to keep the meeting moving. I'm going to resume with the petitioners, and it's just about 1:45. We'll go to about 3:05, take a 5 to 10 minute, more like a 5-minute break. Petitioners want to resume. And we will be going back to public comment. Andy, if you could just spell your name too, please.
Sure. My name is Andrew Smers, S-M-E-R-Z. Good afternoon. I am the full-time fire chief in the town of Brookfield. I've been with the town for going on 9 years now. I came to the town after 30 years of service with the Milwaukee Fire Department, 8 of those years as in the chief officer rank. Today also with me is Tony D'Amico. He's our full-time assistant fire chief. Tony has over 20 years of experience with the town of Brookfield Fire Department, having served in all ranks. The town of Brookfield Fire Department provides full-time services in the areas of fire suppression, emergency rescue, emergency medical services at the advanced life support paramedic level, fire inspection, and public safety education. The town of Brookfield Fire Department has 45 personnel operating out of a single fire station. These personnel ensure that the department is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do not depend on or utilize volunteers or paid on-call personnel. Our response fleet includes 2 fire engines, 2 ALS paramedic ambulances, 1 aerial platform, 2 incident command vehicles, plus additional ancillary equipment. We currently do have a new aerial ladder on order, which we believe we'll have delivery in December of this year. Our daily staffing consists of 6 personnel. The engine is staffed with 3 personnel. That's a company officer, a heavy equipment operator, driver, and a firefighter. Our paramedic ambulance is staffed with 2 firefighter paramedics, and we have 1 command officer on duty. Once again, this is our minimum staffing, 24 hours per day, every day. We average approximately 1,100 responses per year. About 65% of those responses involve the emergency medical nature. In addition, we conduct approximately 1,800 fire inspections a year. We inspect every commercial property and every multifamily complex twice per year. The town of Brookfield Fire Department participates in the Wisconsin MAVIS system. That's a mutual aid box alarm system. This, if you're not familiar with this is a cooperative arrangement between surrounding municipalities and their fire departments. And it's an agreement to respond in aid to any municipality as our resources are needed. The town of Brookfield Fire Department responds with apparatus, personnel, and equipment to all of our surrounding communities, as well as communities in Milwaukee County. Likewise, these departments will respond to our community if we need additional resources. MAVIS is a unique operating format. When help is needed, the additional departments respond. No questions asked, no money changes hands, and there's no politics involved. The Waukesha County Fire Chiefs all have a very close working relationship. Over the past 5 years, the town of Brookfield Fire Department has provided more mutual aid to other communities than we ourselves have requested. We're proud of that. The Insurance Services Office, ISO, rates fire departments across the country. The ISO evaluates and rates a community's fire protection based on their fire department resources, the community's water supply network, their emergency communication system, and their water capacity to protect the community structures. Departments are rated on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the best. The town of Brookfield Fire Department has a current rating of 4. This rating puts the town of Brookfield Fire Department in the top 15% of the 48,324 departments rated nationwide. Only 4 departments out of 27 in Waukesha County have a rating of 4. When talking about emergency services, one of the data points we pay very close attention to is response time. In many instances, the time from receipt of call to on scene is critical. The town of Brookfield's average response time to incidents in our community is under 4 minutes. This exceeds the recommended standards set by the National Fire Protection Association. And I do have a map here. I know it's a little bit difficult. To see, but I wanted to map out just some response times within the community. just to give you a rough idea. And it's kind of in the different quadrants of the town. Our station is here, which is somewhat centrally located within the town. We're blessed with excellent streets and avenues that we can use in our response patterns. If you go to the eastern edge over here, our response times are about, and this was based on actual responses to those areas, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. If you go down here to more the mid-southern area, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. To the southwest edge over here, you're looking at 5 minutes and 17 seconds. If you do look at this area, the town of Waukesha, and we have responded into that area on mutual aid. We're in about the 5 minute, 30 second time frame for response. When you get up into the northwest end here, you're at 4 minutes and 2 seconds. When we look at this area here, the Gaywood area, our response time in there is about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're proud of our response time. Once again, those are average times from when we receive the call and we get on scene. The city of Brookfield's station would be over here off of Calhoun and Civic. And then lastly, as the fire chief, it's important to look at the future of the community and how any changes in the community will impact the services that we provide. Obviously, one of the biggest changes that will affect this community within the next year will be the completion of the Corners project. Once again, unlike many communities that rely on fire departments that are staffed with a combination of full-time, part-time, paid-on-call, and volunteers, the town of Brookfield Fire Department, with its full-time staff, is already prepared to take on the future growth associated with that project. Thank you.
Are there any questions from board members or staff? And Chief, if you could just state your name, spell it for the record, please.
Chris Perpet, P-E-R-P-E-T. I served in the town of Brookfield in 1986. I really got my bachelor's degree. I'm sorry. Okay, I served in the town of Brookfield in 1986. A year later, I earned my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. In 1990, I was promoted to captain. In July of 2004, I was appointed police chief. And I was, in 1986, I remember Mark's good boy. And insight. The police department consists of 15 full-time officers, including myself, 1 part-time officer, and an administrative assistant. The department strives to have 3 officers on duties with a minimum staffing of 2 officers per shift. There's an organizational chart. The department provides several services to the community. They include fingerprinting, child safety, seat and inspection programs, court-ordered breath testing, drug take-back programs, vacation house checks, and neighborhood watch programs. We all offer these programs at no cost. There will be an increase in the number of calls for the department due to the consolidation, but I strongly believe we'll be able to serve that area with minimum impact to our department. Because the police department is a full-time, 24 hours, 7 days a week, we would be able to respond to calls in a timely manner. Even if the officer was responding from the police department, the normal response time from our parking lot to Highway 164 is between 5 and 8 minutes. I'm a little short and I'm completed. Any questions?
No, thank you for your comments, Chief. John, you can spell your name.
Tony Scyoc, Scyoc. I'm a superintendent of the sanitary district 4 of Brookfield. We supply sewer and water service to the town of Brookfield, and we do supply services to properties in the city of Waukesha, city of Brookfield, city of Milwaukee, and the city of Berlin. Our water system consists of 6 wells, 3 iron filtration plants, 2 water reservoirs, and 2 water towers, and that one was built and paid for 2 years ago. It gives us a total water storage capacity of almost 1 million gallons. We also have water interconnects with the city of Brookfield and city of Milwaukee, in case of emergency, supply them, supply us if needed. Our water meets all the DNR and EPA regulations. We don't have a rating issue with us from their water. I'm sorry. That's all right. We don't have any rating issues with their water that some of our surrounding communities do, and yet we have some of the lowest water rates in the area, in the state. We work with developers early in the planning stages to meet their needs, make sure everything is planned out. With Corner of Brookfield, we've been working with them since day one to make sure we have infrastructure in place for their needs and for the fire department's needs. Town of Brookfield's got intermunicipal agreements with the city of Brookfield, in which we provide them sewer service for their developments, and they, in return, they will provide us with water service in the future if needed in the gateway to states area. Our infrastructure was designed for future expansion possibilities. We do have water mains and sewer mains up to the town of Waukesha borders. If needed, we can expand into that area in the future. We have 2 wells and iron filtration plant and 215,000 gallon reservoir right in this area, so we'll be able to serve that area no problem if needed. And that's short. Hope that there's a sewer map, same thing. That sewer mains and a lift station right up to the border from Waukesha already.
Questions of board members or?
Perfecto, rápidamente, Armando.
I am Goehnlein, Goehnlein, I'm the superintendent of the public works / stormwater. We currently have a 7 full-time crew, 2 part-time personnel. We are a fully equipped department with an outstanding fleet. We do just about everything and anything. And as you can see, I see no problem as far as providing services for any additional areas or the areas that we are in now.
Any questions? Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Chad Brown. I'm with the Town of Brookfield Partner Rec Department, BROW. We often hear that Parks and Rec is the quality versus quantity cliche, but we really push the community net feel of what the Park and Rec does. So you'll hear me reference that a couple times. The Town of Brookfield has 47 acres of parkland, and we have 3 parks. 17 acres of that is additionally green space and conservancy. So within those parameters, all town residents live within a mile and a half of a town park. The big thing that we do are special events throughout the year. Two real big ones that we do are the 4th of July Picnic and Parade and Easter egg hunt. Very volunteer driven. We get staggering numbers of people, both residents and non-residents, to come to our various special events. We have opportunities existing for all of our residents, seniors, special needs. We also have recreational programming, not only in the parks, but with co-op programs with various businesses, as well as stuff here at the Town Hall. We've also worked closely with volunteer groups doing things that are removing garlic busters and just involving them in the... Sorry. Working with community groups in order to get, again, that community feel and buy-in to our that community and that feeling. Just putting it out some of the various management plans that we have and forward planning thinking that we do have. The Bikeway Master Plan, as well as the Urban Forestry Management Plan, are included in our comprehensive outdoor recreation plan. So we do have things that we want to do in the future, looking back to our past and seeing that the good things that we do. So in that conclusion for what the Park and Rec does, and the plan is definitely intended, we're the root of the community, building that close-knit feeling and trying to have all our residents feel, again, close-knit to one each other. So thank you for your time and good luck with your considerations.
I'm coming back as kind of just a brief overview, and then we're done with the Town of Brookfield initial presentation. A note of my name is Jay Waltz, WALT. A note of perspective, especially when viewing public services and availability of the same. It's really important to just look back just a few years ago as you view the public services that we offer, whether it's police, fire, Department of Public Works, you name it, administrative. This used to be, this site, the Corners, was a very busy 8-screen movie theater. We had a strip mall, and we had a Menards. We handled traffic, we handled issues that go along with every one of those retail businesses, and we did it with the same staff that we're looking at for here today. I say that because if you look at traffic, if you look at break-ins in vehicles, you name it, whatever it is, the Town of Brookfield is well equipped to handle it. We've got experience, we've done it before. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention from the Town of Brookfield. And if there's any questions for me, otherwise the Town of Brookfield presentation is complete.
Any questions at this time? Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Rich.
Well, I'm not quite sure who to address this to, but you're as good as anybody. The town chair would be good too. And the question basically is that in my experience with local government and the positions that I've held in local government, there was a time, and I live in a very confusing area too. It's rural Dane County, or it's on the very edge of Madison, and behold, at one point, a state legislator proposed that the town of Madison become incorporated by statute into my city, which is the city of Fitchburg. And that there was a certain amount of controversy that arose, especially from the city of Madison, because the city of Madison wanted part of the town of Madison. And I don't know that we wanted any of it, but what eventually happened was that and I proposed that the incorporation occur through a statute called Incorporation by Cooperative Agreement. and it's a 66 point whatever it is thing, and Eric knows the number of how that occurs. But eventually, and I cast the deciding vote on the City Plan Commission for incorporation by cooperative agreement, which the City of Madison and the City of Fitchburg, and I can't remember who all was involved, all agreed to after a much gnashing of teeth and a great deal of a very difficult process. Why can't that happen with the city, with the proposed village of Brookfield, the city of Brookfield, the city of New Berlin, and the city of Pewaukee, and all the other, you've got a wealth of experience, and you should be able to reach an agreement. Why haven't you?
I'm going to defer to our attorney, Town Attorney Jim Hamm.
Let me, if I can, let me address that, because this comes up with a lot of the comments that were made earlier. Well, first of all, there's no secret, very candid, the reason that the land for the town of Waukesha, which is an island in the town, was included is because we needed to meet the 4 square mile limitation, right? Now, having said that, you can't, it's the old saying that, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink, right? I mean, both before the petition for incorporation was filed, we tried to work out agreements with the city of Brookfield. They refused. If they refused, you talk about these islands, the Capitol Drive corridor, or these little small islands, we've offered to give that to the city, turn it over to them. They won't take it. Why? Because they believe that as long as those islands are out there, it's a barrier to incorporation. They simply refuse to do it. We tried to talk to the city of Town of Waukesha. We offered a 20-year payment of taxes for a border agreement. They refused. Well, that's their right to refuse. But it isn't as if we didn't make efforts. During I think Eric mentioned that there were several delays. One of the delays was because we engaged in the mediation process, but it got nowhere because nobody wants to agree. And everybody believes that as long as they refuse to cooperate, they believe there's no way you're going to approve this. And that's why they refuse to cooperate. So we'd be happy to work out an agreement with any of the surrounding municipalities, but they refuse to do it. And, some of the stone cast in need for about the same legal counsel in Highway 59, they've got the same legal counsel throughout. And so they all have the same interests. So we'd be happy to work out border agreements with all of these surrounding municipalities, but we've offered before, during, and we offer again now, but they refuse. So what are we going to do? That's what we're going to do.
Gary brought up a consolidated study that I believe he said was commissioned by the city.
Was about 2006.
Timing on that, was that before or after the state and statutes gave incentives for consolidation, especially differential tax rates and that type of stuff?
The study was 2006. The study was done by R.A. Smith.
Was that before the statute change or after? That's where my question is.
Can't tell you, but as you heard Mayor Ponto say, he doesn't think more governments are the answer, so it isn't going to happen. But the point is that it was a consolidation study commissioned by the city. They came over to us. We provided all the information they asked for. R.A. Smith came back, and I know that study's in the material submitted, and said that consolidation is not feasible.
My question comes down, if it was before the state changed the statute, it may not have been feasible, and did the statute change feasibility at all? Therein lies the question.
I can't tell you, I don't know what date but we can get that, we can determine that easily because the study was submitted and we'll look at the date the statute was enacted. Again, it's very frustrating from the town side of it too, the town of Brookfield Petitioner. You can, who else could offer 20 years tax revenue for loss of territory if the incorporation is approved? They say, well, we're not interested in even talking to you, we just want to fight. The offer has been and remains on the table, but they're not interested.
Okay, what we're gonna do now is take a short break, reconvene at 2:15. At that time, we'll hear from interested parties, starting with, 3:15. We'll start with City of Brookfield, followed by the Village of Sussex. So we'll be back here at 3:15. So as we get started here, I just want to accommodate the public. I know we have 3 individuals who have to leave, so what I'm going to do is have individually those wishing to speak. I have 3 here to come forward. We'll take your comments, and then for about the next 45 minutes or so, we'll hear from the interested parties, and then we will go back to public comment. So of the 3, first I have here is Michael Kahler. You can just state and spell your name.
Thank you, I'm Kahler, I-C-H-A-D-L, A-H-L-E-R. I live at S14W2470 National Avenue, Waukesha. This is a resident as impacted by the potential land grab of the Brookfield. I'm opposed to this. They talk about respect. However, not one time in over 4 years has anybody from the town of Brookfield come to me and said, hey, this is what we're planning to do for you. They say this is such a great deal, but they haven't asked. It's not a great deal. I'm worried about it. They say potentially they'll bring water. Potentially they'll bring this. At what cost? I've lived there for 19 years. I built my own infrastructure. I have my own private well. I have my own private septic system that I had to redo. What happens then? Also, the other concern I have is the town board. I didn't get to elect this town board from the town of Brookfield. You're going to pull me into a town board that I had no say in. Geez, I think that happened once back in the 1700s, didn't it? And there's a revolt. I'll see the same thing here. 98% of all the residents in that area oppose this. We did a survey under the old town board. No one wants this. One person wants it because they think their property value will go up because they're going to go into another school district, which is wrong. So, maybe again, I'm highly opposed to this. Thank you for time giving it time.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Walter Cohen.
Thank you. My name is Walter Koehnlein, and that's spelled K-O-E-H-N-L-E-I-N. I'm speaking on behalf of my family, my brother, and our family, and our Getz Drive neighbors. Getz Drive is in the heart of this annexation process that they're talking about. We've resided on our property since 1932. My dad and my uncle bought 80 acres of land along the railroad tracks. We presently own 7% of the 288 acres that are in question. We find no benefit in joining the town of Brookfield. The changes that might affect our present status are increased taxes, being part of a police force that harasses its constituents by ticketing any minor infractions to justify their existence, and we've experienced a number of those cases. And we feel that we would not have the control over our snow plowing and road maintenance that we presently have. We've got a good relationship with the present people in the town. This may cause hardship on some of our present neighbors and may require some of them to relocate. As far as I understand, this would set a precedence in allowing a town to consume another town through annexation. It should be our right to have a say in our local government. Thank you.
Thank you all. Next is Dean Pearson.
Thank you. Dean Pearson, P-E-A-R-S-O-N. and I appreciate the opportunity to speak for a couple of minutes. I'm a resident of the town of Brookfield for 36 years. Okay? There's been a lot of positive changes in this community during this time. You saw some of them at the beginning of the meeting, and that's just the latest part of it. But we've always had challenges from the adjoining communities that want what we have here, and that's tax base. Because this has been a quality development in the town. This is a town that should get Village Incorporation because of the deserving nature of what they've done as a government for a municipality. And in fact, I think it ought to be put on a pedestal and shown to a lot of the other counties as to what can actually be done with community involvement and quality leaders being voted in. Some of the significant developments that got me involved in the town in 36 years included an annexation petition to the city of Brookfield for the subdivision that I lived in and still do live in. And I found out at that time that there's a lot of unfair things that go on in state regulations. And one of those is that if you're in an annexation petition, you have one vote per voter on your property. At the time, my wife and I owned 5 lots plus our own residence in Brook Park Estates. We got 2 votes. So I got involved. And I basically told the neighbors what I thought about it. They thought they were going to get a different postal district, they weren't. They thought they were going to get this in a different school district, and they weren't. You know, none of that stuff happened with what they were trying to do, and so wisely, they decided not to move into the city at that time. And we're happy to still be in the town. I got involved, however, in the planning commission at that time. I was asked to serve. I didn't volunteer. It's been a great experience. I have a background that helps me with that. I'm no longer on the planning commission, but I do serve on the zoning board of appeals and the architectural control committee. So it's about a 30-year run for me helping the town of Brookfield. We know when we have good projects in the town of Brookfield because the city complains. We see the bad press. Oh, the town of Brookfield, they don't know what they're doing, and they don't do this right, and they don't do that right. That's the kind of comments. Mayor Ponto has been much less vocal on that part of it than some of the prior administrations in the city of Brookfield have been. But they didn't like the corners development at all, so our supervisor came into a meeting and told us, oh, we were absolutely wrong to be doing a TIF district. What do you have there now, Mayor? 4 in the city? 4 TIF districts, I think. You know, so what they see is tax base. No matter what they tell you, no matter what the town of Waukesha tells you, everybody wants what the town of Brookfield has. A well-run and managed community with a solid tax base. And I'm proud to be a part of the town. I don't want to be a part of any other municipality. I think incorporation is a good way to go. Some people make you sing a song when that happens. I did enjoy Mr. Eggleston's comment, however, about Pittsburgh and Dane County.
This is rich.
The city of town of Madison. I know a little bit about the city of Pittsburgh and
I was in a meeting.
I don't know about the surrounding Madison community,
and
but I
in
suggest
fact,
it's more like
my phone wasn't
the
even
town of
supposed
Madison
to
being
ring.
more like the town of Waukesha. Yes, it's a nice rural community. We had that when I moved out here 36 years ago. We had a well. We still have a well, although we're on municipal water. The well serves other purposes such as watering the grass and that type of thing. But what they don't have in the town of Waukesha is significant tax base, and we have that in the town of Brookfield. And that's why everybody wants a chunk of us. But they won't deal fairly. You'll hear that in other presentations. I just want you to know that I do represent myself. I'm not here speaking for my neighbors. They should have been here. But we do like the town the way it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into parties for about 45 minutes or so, and we will then return to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Stan Riffle. I think you all know me. I've been in front of you many, many times. I can't help but listen to someone like Dean here and recognize sort of the double standard that's going on here. You got these fellas, these folks that come up here and say, you know, we want to stay in the town of Brookfield. There's a possibility we could have been annexed into the city of Brookfield, but we just didn't want that. And here, we turn around and attempt to bring in a whole bunch of folks that reside in the town of Waukesha, which I'm proud to represent here today. Complete double standard. I'm here, I represent the city of Brookfield, I represent the town of Waukesha, I represent the village of Sussex. All three registered in opposition and are involved in certain court action that are challenging this this incorporation petition. I am going to start out because, and I wanted to wait till Mr. Eggleston came back in here because this has to do with a question that he raised. And I don't know when he's coming back. We called him. What I wanted to do was, I have the economic development director from the city of Brookfield here that is poised to address a couple of issues that will come up during the course of my presentation. And one of the things that was suggested here by Mr. Hammis and others was that this consolidation study concluded that it would not be a good idea for this consolidation to occur. That isn't what happened. That's not what the studies resulted in. I wanted Mr. Scott to deal with that and a couple other issues. I will tell you, as an overview, what I am intending to do here. We've heard a lot of things that are really irrelevant, completely irrelevant to your job. Your job is to take a look at the legal standards and determine whether or not they're met. Plain and simple. Instead, a lot of what you heard is, look at the great things you're doing here in town. We've got the corners going on here and all of these wonderful developments. It has absolutely nothing to do with the reason we're here. We're here to take a look at the standards and see whether they're met. Mr. Eggleston, as I had indicated, I'm going to start out putting somebody on that I was going to bring on later in the presentation because it would fit into where we are in the standards. But you had raised some issues with regard to consolidation. Perhaps Mr. Fisk talked about it too in the context of some change in legislation. We heard some things from some of the witnesses here, or folks that are presenting information to you, and it just wasn't accurate. So I would ask Mr. Scott, the Economic Development Director from the city of Brookfield, to come and address several issues. First, the results of that consolidation study, how it fit into everything. Second, because we adopted the resolutions of willingness, which is a tool under the statute that then requires you to compare the level of services, I'm going to ask him to address that issue. And third, nobody's talked about how this remnant town is going to survive on $100,000 a year. I know that we have some town representatives here that could probably do a better job than Mr. Scott, as Economic Development Director, to analyze how far $100,000 would go to run a town in the state of Wisconsin. But I am going to ask him to address all three of those issues. So, Mr. Scott.
You just state your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Robert Scott, and contrary to Mr. Riffle's assertion, I don't have the authority of economic development, but I am the Director of Finance
I'm sorry.
at Brookfield. And I have been in that position for nearly 16 years. First, last name is Scyoc.
You can just slow a little bit so the report.
With respect to the 2006 consolidation study that was commissioned by the city, I was intimately involved in that study along with our former Director of Administration as the project managers. That study did not conclude that a consolidation should not occur. It did state a fact, which is there is a disparity in the tax rates between the city and the town of Brookfield, but it also pointed out the disparity in municipal service levels. The town grudgingly participated in the study, providing some documentation, some records, but in my opinion, if they were serious about combination or a border agreement or something along those lines, wouldn't have they fully participated in that study, as Mr. Hammis indicated that they've done over the years in terms of overtures to the city. With respect to the questions that Attorney Riffle asked me to address, with respect to why the city could offer services to the proposed incorporation territory on a more cost-effective basis. The City of Brookfield, like most cities, offers a full complement of municipal services. Using the 2012 city and town budgets as a base, and even considering the factual disparity in tax rates between the city and the town currently. Through elimination of the town's utility district user fees and reducing costs through duplication from duplicate services, staff, etc., we estimate that the consolidated municipality we could provide services at an equivalent level that would generate $2.5 million in what I call excess taxes that would reduce the overall tax cost to the consolidated taxpayers within a consolidated community. You apply a 3% inflation factor, that excess tax amount could grow to nearly $3 million by 2017. The cost reductions, we estimated conservatively, depending on the service level decisions reached by a combined governing body, could actually be greater. Some examples of those cost savings from eliminating duplication would elimination of town administrator, the clerk function, treasurer, finance function, attorney, municipal court functions, as well as facilities costs for the building that you're standing in right now. There we would be able to eliminate duplication of public safety command staff, salary costs. There would likely be a reduction in costs relative to stormwater management and elimination of duplicative planning and zoning efforts. And further, in addition to the cost savings from a combined municipal budget, the town residents the current Town of Brookfield residents would no longer be assessed the Waukesha County Federated Library System tax, which I believe is around $280,000 that they pay as a separate tax as part of their county tax levy on their tax bills. Mr. Riffle also asked me to address, as he indicated a few minutes ago, how a remnant town could function with the estimated $100,000 a year in revenue that the town's submission to you included. I've been doing this job, or this, like I said, for the city for 16 years. I've been a finance director analyzing municipal budgets for over 22 years. I can't conceive how a government entity, no matter how small, could do the functions required under state law on $100,000. There are a variety of functions that a town government, regardless on how small, would have to fulfill. There is an elected town board, there's a clerk and elections function, you have to collect taxes, you have to assess property, there's other services, policing that are currently provided to what would be the remnant town. Police, fire, there's streets, there aren't cow paths that people are driving on. Maintenance of remnant town facilities and lands would have to be accomplished. Using estimates again from the town's budget, we made some assumptions as to the cost for providing those types of services, and we estimate on a very conservative basis would be at least $115,000. So there's a gap of at least $15,000. But that assumes that the primary municipal service of policing would be assumed by the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office without any charge to the remnant town parcels. Whether that would occur or not, I'm not certain, because obviously the Sheriff's Office does not provide those services to the town currently, and whether the county would provide those at no charge, I don't know. And obviously if they would, the gap would grow significantly. And then finally, there are several municipal services that would either not be performed, i.e. a planning and zoning function for or oversight for the remnant town, or it would require those town residents, they wouldn't be assessed taxes by the political entity, but they'd have to pay for it. For example, refuse and recycling collection. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Riffle.
Is there any questions from
The city of Brookfield has a library?
Correct.
And the library is part of a federated system or some kind of...
It's part of the Waukesha County Federated Library System, correct.
So that therefore people in the town of Brookfield can already use the
Correct.
city library?
As they could any library within the county.
Okay, thank you.
As I indicated, I'm going to walk through various statutory requirements that need to be met in order to have an affirmative determination by the Incorporation Review Board. But I start out by, and it's something that somebody has already recognized, that this is the third attempt to incorporate by the town of Brookfield within the past 15 years. There was a petition that was filed by the town of Brookfield in 1996. There was a petition that was filed in 2001. And with regard to the first two, there was, obviously it was a determination that they weren't met, and I'll show you that. But there were also clear directions to the town of Brookfield as to, here's some things that you need to do in order to perhaps address some of these shortcomings that you have. And then, of course, in 2011, we're in 2015 now, they filed this incorporation petition that changed everything, made it much, much worse, because one, they attempted to grab territory from another town, and two, they left a tremendously fractured town remnant that you will see. In the 1996 petition, your determination was that with regard to homogeneity and compactness, it was not met. You found that territory beyond the core tax revenue level of services were met. Impact on remainder of town wasn't applicable because it was an entire town that they sought to incorporate. And you found that the impact on the metropolitan community was not met. Now, in 2001, which was the year that you made your determination on the 1996 petition. I'm sorry, you made a determination in 99, then in 2001, 2 years later, they turned around and filed the next petition. In that petition, you took a look at it and said, well, geez, it's only been 2 years since the last determination. We're not going to do a full-blown rehearing on this. And remember, this was before you folks, the Incorporation Review Board, existed. This was George Hall and Eric Schmidtke and Mr. Zineman, I think at the time, analyzing whether these met the criteria, and they put out their scholarly determinations. And in this case, it was the correct determination, in my estimation. And here again, homogeneity and compactness not met. Territory beyond the core, they said, just look at our previous determination, nothing's changed there. Impact on the remainder of town still wasn't applicable because they were looking at trying to incorporate the entire town. And then impact on metropolitan community, again, not met. I'm going to go through some during this process, some of the exact language that were in those determinations. So we start with this petition coming in, totally different. Now the petition, as we know, has a remnant town, and it has a portion of the town of Brookfield, 288 acres included. And so I suggest to you that when you analyze this, you're going to conclude the following. First, homogeneity and compactness not met. I mean, indeed, the specific reason that you gave in one example is still in existence today. Actually, two examples of the previous configurations here. And I will remind you that legally, in order for you to find that this petition meets the criteria such that it should go forth to an incorporation referendum, you must find that they meet each and every one of these criteria in every single regard. And so, homogeneity and compactness not met. Territory beyond the core, that deals with population within the area, yes. We can see that that's met. Tax revenue, for reasons I'll demonstrate, not met. Level of services, not met. Impact on the remainder of the town now is an issue, and it's definitely not met. And impact on the metropolitan community, for reasons that you cited before, and more reasons that exist now because they go into the town of Waukesha and they have this fractured, small remnants of a town that's left, not met. Standard one. Let's review what the law says. homogeneity and compactness, characteristic of the territory. The entire territory of the proposed village shall be reasonably homogeneous and compact, taking into consideration natural boundaries, natural drainage basin, soil conditions, present and potential transportation facilities, previous political boundaries, boundaries of school districts, shopping, and social customs. Many of these come into play. I want to show you what they're proposing to incorporate. Now, if you can move it down, you'll see as an overview, just move it around so you can look up here. This is the remnant town that goes up to the north of here. We'll have better pictures later on. That is separated from the remainder of the town down here, which is a piece here, and then down on Greenfield, several pieces here. That's your remnant town that would exist if you find that they meet the criteria. As far as what they're seeking to incorporate, you've got the two subdivisions here. You've got the main body of what I will call the village of Gerke's Corners here. You got this piece that we'll talk about that you didn't like back in the last two petitions. And then, of course, you've got this created a new finger that sticks out because of this incorporation that has happened since that time. There's another remnant or an area that's not compact or homogeneous for several reasons, including some issues over here. And then you got the Town of Waukesha lands that are cut off down here. We will suggest that of the Gaywood subdivision up here, this area here, and the Town of Waukesha area down here defeat any finding of homogeneity and compactness. And again, this is a better picture of what you're dealing with the actual territory. This is a Hollycrest and Gaywood subdivision, and this is what we call the Calhoun area south. This is what I call the finger on Highway 59, and this is the Town of Waukesha area. So, as I indicated, they're the four areas that I just talked about. Okay, just for reference. So now, if we can go and take a look at the first area. This is the Hollycrest Gaywood subdivision area. There's two subdivisions that are divided here. Over here is the city of Pewaukee. All the way around here is the city of Brookfield. You can say that Springdale Road, which is a county trunk highway here. You please note how all of the infrastructure, with all of the roads, all of this nicely and neatly creates a transportation pattern that is integral and integrated to the city. If you wouldn't know that there's any difference here. What you said about this back in 1999, in brief, the Hollycrest and Gaywood subdivisions are homogeneous to the city of Brookfield, as they are nearly indistinguishable in physiography and neighborhood character from the adjoining residential enclaves of the city of Brookfield. Retaining this area within the town also creates jurisdictional issues involving Springdale Road. That was in your determination. That was a reason. That and that alone was a reason why they do not meet the homogeneity and compactness standard. It existed in '99, it existed in 2001, it exists today on the basis of this petition. The next area that we talk about is this area here. Now, the color didn't come up so good, but this is one of those areas that they want to leave in town. Why, I don't have a clue, but it is obviously right here in the middle. This area here is, as you can see, connected to the rest of the village as proposed by a narrow corridor here, and then crazy configuration here that is, again, completely integrated into the transportation patterns of the city that surrounds it. You found that defeated homogeneity and compactness as well. when you said, you called it Area B back then. You said that Area B is an integral part of the city's Calhoun Road South Neighborhood Plan, and therefore it defeated homogeneity and compactness. You said that in 2001. It defeated it then. Nothing's changed. It defeats it now. The next area, as I said, is this finger down here that sticks out to the west. This is now going to be a residential development in the city of Brookfield that integrates into, the rest of this development that's in the city. To the south, you've got the city of New Berlin. Here again, you got a couple of little pieces of remnant town. Again, why? Who knows? Evidently, they felt that this finger doesn't defeat homogeneity, but you go just 2 lots over, that would defeat homogeneity, and then you go over here, that would defeat homogeneity. So they left that out. What's interesting to note here, no, you can leave right there, is that and you'll have to look at a bigger map, and when we make our presentation to you, staff, and you can take a look at it, we'll have it in greater detail when you can see it right in front of you. But there's all kinds of wetlands and all types of natural features that there's not any development in the town, anywhere near this. It's cut off completely. This is a finger that's isolated. And as we noted before, some of the things that you look at are natural features and drainage basins and that sort of thing to determine whether or not that area is homogeneous. It's not homogeneous at all to this town. And we had noted, we would suggest that these 6 parcels are surrounded by the city of Brookfield, city of New Berlin, is connected to the area of town across a wide intersection of County Truck Highway Y and 59. The lands immediately to the west consists almost entirely of undeveloped and undevelopable wetlands, further segregating this area from the remaining of the proposed village. Final area for your consideration is the area that is within the town of Waukesha, my client. And as you will note, it sticks out here and is attached only by that little corridor there. This is an area where some of the other standards come in that we talked about before in homogeneity and compactness. Remember that there are a variety of ways that you look at this, not just if it's a nice neat ball or square or whatever. There are other things that come into play. And in here, there are several that are very, very important to consider. One, present and potential transportation facilities, shopping and social customs, previous political boundaries, sewer service boundaries. Here is a map that shows what you have in, this is the area down here. This up here is Gerke's, the area of Gerke's Corner. Okay? Here we're down in here, distant from there, but really, if you talk about transportation, you're not going to go from here, come up in here, go through all of the town roads to get up to the Gerke's Corner area. You're going to go and utilize the areas within the city of Waukesha and stay in the city of Waukesha until you get to this area. Or you're going to go through New Berlin on Greenfield and then back up to Barker straight up. It's totally, it's not connected. It's not connected in any way from a transportation perspective. Then you want to talk about shopping customs and social customs. Obviously, you've heard from these folks here. Socially, they don't want anything to do with this. Their social customs are down in the town of Waukesha. They're not in the town of Brookfield. And you're going to hear more, I'm sure, as they get off of work and come in here. But everything that they could possibly want here, they're not going to go up into this area to get to. I've got banks and grocery stores and gas stations. They're not going to go up here. They've got everything they want right here and right here, all in the city of Waukesha. It's not in the town, but it's not in the proposed village of Brookfield. They're completely separated from a shopping and social custom perspective. I don't even need to talk about yet political boundaries, although you can throw that up the next one up there if you will. That's good, that's fine. And we're gonna talk about sewer service in a minute, but obviously, the previous political boundaries is in the statute for a reason, because you gotta take a look at whether it's homogeneous and compact on the basis of the previous political boundaries. This one hits you slap in the face because they are a different political boundary. They are in the town of Waukesha. That has to be taken into consideration. And then finally, I talked about it, you can't really see this very well, but I talked about sewer service areas, which are important. This area down here is the town of Waukesha. And as you'll note, and I'm not going to talk a lot about this because somebody from the city of Waukesha is going to come and tell us all about it. But this area here is in the 208 plan, which is the long-range plan for sewer service. It's in the Waukesha area. It is to be served through Waukesha, not through Brookfield. And there, flows gravity-wise that way. You'd have to put in lift stations at the cost of millions of dollars to get up here. There have been slight amendments, not from this map, from the previous map, but most of the area that is in the town of Waukesha is in the Waukesha sewer service area. So in conclusion, there really hasn't been any change in the two areas in section 18 and 28 to the 1999-2001 determinations. We have new conformity with the area in section 32, the finger that goes out. We brought in the town of Waukesha lands that are not reasonably homogeneous or compact. The next standard. You know, their argument on tax revenue, and that is whether the present potential sources of tax revenue appear sufficient to defray the anticipated cost of governmental services at a local tax rate, which compares favorably with the tax rate in a similar area for the same level of services. What they have presented to you in their submission is a very simplistic statement that we've got enough money coming in to run what we run now, and we're only taking 288 acres more, and we're also jettisoning some areas that were harder to serve because they're farther away from us up on Capitol Drive. So trust us, we can handle it. That is not acceptable. They got the burden of proof on this, and they have provided you with nothing for you to analyze. You might recall that when I have been in front of you, I've been in front of you 3 times in the last 10 years, 12 years. At every single one of them, where I sought Incorporation, I gave you a 1-year village budget, I gave you a 5-year village budget. I asked you to analyze it carefully. You folks are all, local government, you know how to read budgets. And so you would have something to actually look at and say, yeah, that looks reasonable. They're giving you nothing. They got the burden of proof. And I'm going to tell you why that is somewhat concerning. I think I've already said they didn't give you a budget. So let's go to the next one. Some of the problems that you have here is they haven't even given you any information that you should be thinking about. And that is, first of all, you got tax revenue, but it comes with a host of problems now that you've got a town remnant, okay? Now I got to talk to you about how that works when you've got a town remnant, because they're glossing over a lot of problems that exist with that. One of which is, hey, don't worry, we've already promised this new town that will take care of them. Well, the way that the formation of the new government goes, they can't possibly promise that, because there is a town board right now. If you find that they meet the requirements of an incorporation, then they're able to go forward to a referendum. And the referendum is successful, then the current town board members become the new village board until they have an election, okay? So you got a town board right now, can't promise what the new village board would do even as an interim, because they may change their mind. But then there's a village board after that. And then the other angle on this is there will be a new town board in the remnant that's required. Right now, every single one of these fellas here that are on the town board, you get see their addresses down there? They live in the area to be incorporated. So, let's say that this thing gets through an incorporation referendum, you got a village, okay? These folks are now the village board until they have an election, they elect 7. Who's the town board? There is no town board. Because you can't have town board members that don't live in the town. It's illegal. So, there will have to be a new town board for the remnant town. That town board is elected or appointed by the town clerk. We'll talk a little bit about it, but there's 136 people. I don't know how many of them are children to choose from to fill all these positions. That's going to be an interesting thing for this new town that's going to be created. The point comes into play. This with this. Nope. It would be the ownership of assets. When this new village is created, there is a remnant town, right? That town owns every bit of the assets of the former village. It owns this, where we're sitting right now, all the real estate. It owns that real estate, that building over there that's got all of the fire trucks in it. It owns the place over there where you got the police squads. It owns all the squads. It owns all the personal property, the desks, everything here. All the employees are town employees. That is fact, that's the law. The village has not told you how they're going to be able to deal with that transition. Now, they will tell you that there's a statute that's in place, that's how it's all going to be worked out, okay? And that is, the law would require a division of assets and liabilities. And I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of it, but you basically determine what percentage of the assets and liabilities based on several criteria should have to go to the new village and how much should remain in the town. The point is, there has been nothing presented as to how that's going to happen and the impact on the fiscal requirements of this village. If you have a situation where this new village board and the remnant town board don't get along, you're going to have litigation. You're going to have ultimately a judge that's going to have to make that determination. It's only happened once that at least is in a reported case in the state of Wisconsin, and it can be a tremendous cluster, if you will. And I just go back to the point that they have the responsibility to come forward and show you how this is all going to work. They haven't even presented anything. I assume they maybe started to think about it, but they haven't presented any information there. And then we talk about tax revenue related to town. We have 2 remnant towns, remember? You got the remnant town of Brookfield, but you also have a remnant town of Waukesha because they've taken a piece of it. And you're going to have the same analysis of the division of assets and liabilities with the town of Waukesha. I can guarantee you the town of Waukesha is not going to negotiate very nicely when it comes to division of assets and liabilities. There's no analysis of that. It's something that you should demand from them. Okay. We get to the level of governmental, I'm sorry. Nope. We're now to the level of governmental services. Okay. The next standard is the level of governmental services desired or needed by the residents of the territory compared to level of services offered by the proposed village or city, and the level available from a contiguous municipality, in this case the city of Brookfield, which filed the resolution. 2 components of this. 1, level desired by the residents. That is the residents of the town of Brookfield and residents of the town of Waukesha. We've heard a lot about the residents of the town of Waukesha. And then the second aspect of that is the level of services based upon the resolution of willingness. I'm not going to go through that because you heard from our finance director, not economic developer, as I said before, and he told you how that plays out. We'll provide you with more information. But certainly, the city is in a much better position to provide that level of governmental services. But I would suggest to you that the level of services desired by these residents is something that you have heard that they don't want this level of services. And I can guarantee you that had they gone out and asked, they would have heard very loud and clear, because they have stated their position very, very clearly. And I think if anybody from the town marched down, you can see these are all signs that these folks, if you go out there now, you'll find signs everywhere saying no to this annexation. They've spoken loud and clear. I think you heard from one of the town board supervisors that there was a petition that went out to these folks. There was a tremendous response to that survey. I think there were 196 sent out. There were like 189 that came back, and all but one, as you heard, said not only no, but hell no. So, I indicated that we talked about the level of services available from the city of Brookfield. We adopted the resolution. We're in a much better position to provide services territory. I will point out that the city of Brookfield has no interest or desire to annex or take in any land from the town of Waukesha. It's just required under the statute. If you get adopted with resolution of willingness, you got to say, we'll take it all. So it's a legal maneuver that's under the statute. We did it so we can make this argument. Okay? Now comes the biggie.
Before we move on to services, can I just ask a quick question? You said that the city of Brookfield can provide better services, could annex the area, provide better services at less cost. So we've got that information, but are you going to provide us like detailed information, like fire stations?
Yes, we have all of that. Yeah, I didn't mention that I wanted to get through this hearing today to hear everything. We have our brief or our submission ready to go, and you will certainly have it before the 29th, which is the time that you have asked for it. But I didn't want to submit it. Here's some information here that I would need to address, and then, give you a supplement. It's better to have one cohesive document for you to review. And yes, it's all in our submission, both with regard to the town of Waukesha and with regard to the city of Brookfield. And there's actually a comparison of level of services between the town of Waukesha and the town of Brookfield. The town of Waukesha feels they do a better job in certain areas as well. So, all right, now the biggie, impact on the remainder of the town. This is the most egregious aspect of this petition, not only in a human setting, but in a standpoint of meeting the standards, because there was no thought in terms of how you deal with this. Can you find the map that shows the area to be incorporated? I want to make a point about this. It'd be map 2. When I represent municipalities that I'm looking to get incorporated, this is picking up on something that I think Mr. Fisk talked about. First thing you do is to try to anticipate problems and deal with them. And I was just thinking about this over here, and I neglected to remember this coming in here today. But you recall that I represent the city of Pewaukee when we got the city of Pewaukee incorporated. City of Pewaukee is this area here. That's the city of Pewaukee. Over the years.
Yeah, it's too far south.
Oh, okay. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, this is the southbound. This is section 36 of the city of Pewaukee. The original town. Okay. Well, what I'm suggesting to you is that area there. Note that it's not in the 36 square mile area of the town of Brookfield. That was in the town of Pewaukee until about 1995. The city of Waukesha had annexed a good portion of the city of Pewaukee. And so this is a little area, much like this is a little area here. The town of Pewaukee recognizing, we saw, hey, this is going to be a problem. We come in front of you folks, and this is still in the city. You're going to say it's not compact, it's not contiguous, it's not in any way homogeneous. So we entered into an agreement with the town of Brookfield, whereby they agreed to take that. My point is, you deal with issues like this in the setting of working with your neighbors. And I think I can fairly well guarantee you, they say that there would be no appetite on the part of the city of Brookfield to accept this. I beg to differ. I think the city of Brookfield would recognize that this is would be a smart thing to do. And if they wouldn't, I represent the city of Pewaukee. I can guarantee you they'd take it in a heartbeat. So these are the types of things that create problems here. But so getting back to the impact on the remainder of the town, you have to consider the impact, financial and otherwise, upon the remainder of the town from which the territory is to be incorporated. Now there are two remainders of the town, as I indicated. Now this is what we talked about before. This is the area north of Capitol Drive area, and the largest population base, you can't see it here, is we'll see it better, is a subdivision that's up here on Wire Road. Then, as I indicated before, you've got a lot of little nooks and crannies here. Then you've got this area here, and then down on, and then you've got this little guy here on Springdale, which is a two-lot, two parcels, and then you've got these parcels here. So I want to look at each of these remnants. You've got the impact on the remainder of the town. That's fine. Yeah, these are the areas I talked about. Okay. So the area, what's left in the town at the time of this petition was $28,554,400 of equalized value and 138 in population. And I want to keep those numbers in mind and change. This is the area I was talking about up north of Capitol Drive. You can see that there's long parcels here. You've got this subdivision up here, and you have an area along Capitol Drive here. Now, since the time that this petition was filed and now, there have been some annexations, okay? And it will impact that $28 million figure that this town has to live on, which isn't $28 million anymore. It's not even $100,000 in tax revenue unless they've raised their levy. Because they've lost one of the larger taxpayers, which is Safro Toyota, which, by the way, the city's in litigation over because the Safros don't want to pay.
No, the town's in litigation.
The town, I'm sorry. The town and Safro are in litigation over some deferred assessments on sewer capacity that they've been levied that the town can never provide them with the service. And then this area here, which is right now being developed industrially in the city. There's a substantial portion of that 28 million that's no longer there. It's substantially less now. But, so that's that area up here, first part of the remnant. I just want to go through these remnant areas and describe them to you. The second part, smack dab in the middle of the town, and it's actually in the middle of the city now. This area here is vacant. Of what purpose they left it sitting there, you have to ask them. I have absolutely no idea. It makes no sense at all, other than perhaps they feel that it is going to, increase the. If this were in the petition, it would make it even more clear that this is not reasonably homogeneous in content. Okay. Then we have the Springdale Road. I told you about that little parcel. Right here is that Gaywood subdivision that we talked about. And then this little area was left out. I mean, I don't understand if they're going to put this area in that's a mile away from the closest land of this proposed village. I don't know why they wouldn't take that in too. Again, perhaps they'd say, well, this even makes it more clear that they're not reasonably homogeneous and compact. And then finally, down here, we talked about this area. This is that finger I talked about on Greenfield Road that is in their petition. And then you go 1, 2 parcels over, then you got this portion of the town, and then you got this remaining in the town. And again, I can only surmise they felt that that would create a worse situation as far as homogeneity and compactness. But it creates a worse situation in that you've got all of these areas spread all over. I would suggest to you that it would be completely unconscionable on your part if you allow an incorporation to go through of this village that results in that configuration of a town in this day and age, where you've got 2 little pieces on the south end of the town, and 6 miles to the north you've got a big blob with a bunch of folks that live in this subdivision, and then you've got one little piece that's as far east as you can get of 2 parcels, and then you got a blob right smack dab in the middle. It would make absolutely no sense. It would be unconscionable for you to do that. And then we talked about the financial impacts. Again, I think Mr. Scott is being incredibly generous. There's no way you can operate a town in this state on $125,000, $150,000, $175,000 a year. And when we talk about this notion that, well, the town of Brookfield has promised this, when the village is a new village, that we'll give them services. We'll provide them with services. Well, that's all well and good, but number one, there is no village board. They can't speak on behalf of the village board, and there's no town board of this remnant town to accept it. It's preposterous. What should have happened is, and the way, as I indicated before, you work these situations out ahead of time where these poor folks up at Capitol Drive, okay, if you could talk somebody into a service agreement in the event they become incorporated, that's one way to handle it. Same situation for these, remnant town, these other remnant portions of the town. Then, if there is a situation where the new village board and the new town board can agree, fine. You could put that right in the agreement with, say, the city of Pewaukee for the northern part, the city of Brunner for the southern part. But this is just all stuff that's thrown up against the wall, is what it is. Now, the other aspect of this is the remnant town of Brookfield being able to even pay the cost of getting to the determination of divisions of assets and liabilities. They are responsible under the statute to do the appraisal of all this. You got to pay that cost. They would be wise to hire a lawyer, I know, but they would. Where's that money going to come from? Okay, I mean these are real issues, and so. Go ahead. And then they talk about the fact that, well, the city of Brunner will take these 2 parcels to the south, and either Pewaukee, Menominee Falls, Lisbon, or the city of Brookfield will take the area up in Capitol Drive. That's what they said. Okay. Well, there happens to be, at least with regard to Capitol Drive, and Master, there's a landfill right there. It's a Superfund site. And what you're going to have is there a remnant town that it has a Superfund site right in it. And I don't know about you, but I don't think that most municipalities, if they are given the choice, want to take on the responsibility if something goes wrong at a Superfund site to be able to take that on. And I'd also suggest that this remnant town would have absolutely no way to deal with that. They just would not have the financial resources to take care of that. And as far as the Wire Road situation up there, you have a subdivision that I am told is in need of some, tender loving care with regards to its streets. It's ultimately going to need sewer, water. I can tell you that I represent the city of Pewaukee from time to time. I represent the village of Menominee Falls, and I represent the city of Brookfield. And you take a couple of these issues into account. 1, the Superfund site, and 2, the nature of the distance that the this Wire Road subdivision is in the condition, and none of them are really wanting to touch any of that. Now, Mr. Hammes represents the town of Lisbon. I thought perhaps he would have had a deal worked out where that was all shifting, but, because it is contiguous, but, I would suspect that they wouldn't want any part of it either. Now we've got the financial impacts on the town of Waukesha. They're losing $43.5 million in equalized value. It's 4.3% of the town's value and 281 people. That is something that is not going to kill the town of Waukesha, but it's also something that certainly isn't a beneficial situation as it relates to the town of Waukesha. Maybe more important, as you heard the town chair talk about, they estimate that there's $70 million worth of growth opportunities there that are, obviously even more than the amount that they're losing right now. And you talk about this offer from the town to pay something over time. This town could certainly bind the remnant town through such an agreement, but they can't bind the future board of the village board, as we said. And the reality of the situation is they want to represent their people. They want to be just like the town of Brookfield is in terms of protecting its charter. And to suggest, I can't understand any reason why they wouldn't take $600,000 over 10 years. It's ridiculous. Of course they would. They want to be able to thrive on their own. They want to enjoy the redevelopment and development opportunities on their own, and most important, they want to protect their people, and they will do that. In addition, you heard about the loss of infrastructure, and that came in two ways. The first way was that there was this deal to, it was a DOT project that also involved local assistance from Town of Waukesha, the City of New Berlin, the City of Brookfield, the City of Waukesha, and it was supposed to have involved the Town of Brookfield. It is maybe the most poignant example of the way that the Town of Brookfield operates. Now, I've got Mr. Gracy here from the city who lived through this, and I thought it was important for you in the context of, it's not only in the context of the impact on the remnant town of Waukesha, that they're going to lose all their investment that they put into that road without getting anything back in terms of the economic development opportunities, which is why you do such things. You improve your roads so that it'll help you in the future. But also, when we get into the impact on the metropolitan community, one of the things that you look at is, is this going to help hurt, and how have the parties gotten along in the past? So I'd ask Mr. Kreisig simply to address the history and the recount of the way that the town of Brookfield operated throughout this process of trying to get Greenfield Road done.
That'll work, that's fine, since you're doing it. You can just state your name and spell it for the record.
Sure. I'm Grisa, Grisa. I'm Director of Public Works. In the late 1990s, each of the municipalities that Mr. Riffle mentioned sent the state legislators a resolution requesting that Greenfield Avenue be widened from Calhoun Road to Highway 164. There was a DOT rule that indicated that if you widen a portion of a state highway, there's a certain period of time before you widen the rest of it. These resolutions requested that that be waived, and indeed it got the attention of the state legislators, and they convinced the DOT to go ahead and move forward on the widening of that section of Greenfield Avenue, which is State Highway 59. The DOT has rules that indicate if a state highway has a certain percentage, in this case 40% of traffic is considered local traffic, then the local municipalities participate at a cost share of 25% of the improvements to that roadway. The state DOT performed that survey to determine what percent of traffic was local traffic, and determined indeed 68% of the traffic was local traffic. So the 25% cost share was levied or determined that each local municipality would kick in. So since there were 5 municipalities potentially involved in this, we got together in the early 2000s and in 2002 and tried to figure out how best we divide up our 25% cost share. The state paid for 75%, we're in for 25%. How best do we do this? We proposed 3 methods and determined the third method was the best, which was a compromise of where the traffic was coming from, how much frontage each municipality had on that roadway, and then the third is a combination of those 2 methodologies. Now initially, as you might guess, negotiations occurred, not everybody agrees, and it took some time. Eventually, 4 of the parties agreed: the City of Brookfield, City of New Berlin, Town of Waukesha, and the City of Waukesha. Interestingly enough, the City of Waukesha has 0 frontage on that portion of Greenfield Avenue that was to be widened as part of this agreement, but they recognized some of the traffic was from and to the City of Waukesha, so they agreed that since they're a generator of that traffic, they need to contribute to that project. The town of Brookfield never did agree to any portion of that local cost share when we were working with the municipalities, and subsequently the DOT tried to enter into direct negotiations with the town of Brookfield to get them to contribute some share. It's my understanding that the DOT was never successful in getting the town to agree to pay for any portion of Greenfield Avenue widening. It was critically important in this widening because traffic accident rates were 3 times the state average on that section. In fact, during the negotiations or subsequent to the town saying they weren't going to pay, there was a fatality on that section of Greenfield Avenue. So it was very clearly a safety concern. And since 68% of that traffic was local traffic, those were our residents, those were our citizens, those were folks who live and shop and work in our community. So we felt a responsibility to make certain that that project moved forward. In fact, we were so convicted of that, the City of Brookfield actually contributed additional dollars over and above what our cost share would have been in order to make certain that Greenfield Avenue project would move forward. So that took place over a period of 6 to 8 years. Certainly, we recognize negotiations take time, and we worked for the first few years on that. Eventually, worked with the DOT directly to make certain that the road did get widened. It is now widened in serving all 5 communities very well.
Any questions from staff or board? Thank you.
So, the town of Waukesha feels that those dollars will be lost. And in addition, as you heard from one of the residents, former town board member, they also put $130,000 in Springdale Road that would likewise go if this incorporation goes forward, and that will be lost to them as well. Final standard is one that, as I had indicated previously, you found was not met. And that is the impact on the metropolitan community. And that requires you, in the context of the petition, to determine whether the effect upon the future rendering of governmental services, both inside the territory proposed for incorporation and elsewhere within the metropolitan community, you must consider that. There shall be an express finding that the proposed incorporation will not substantially hinder the solution of governmental problems affecting the metropolitan community. You found that that was not met then. It is worse now. Since the time that we were last here, the legislature has adopted 211 2011 Wisconsin Act 11. This created section 660203-4M. This legislation was in direct regard to this incorporation petition, recognizing that there were bad effects that would fall upon folks in one town if there was a land grab by another town. And so a new section of 66, no, leave it right there, please, was created that states, if territory designated in the petition is comprised of portions of only 2 towns, the territory may not be incorporated unless the town board of each town adopts a resolution approving the incorporation. I don't know. In 2011, right after the this Wisconsin Act 11 was in place, the town of Waukesha adopted the resolution saying we are not going to agree to allow our people to allow this incorporation petition to go forward. So it was the express indication under that new statute that they would not adopt a resolution approving the incorporation. And again, I think Mr. Schmicke indicated that we were up in the Court of Appeals on whether or not I could stand here on behalf of the town of Waukesha as a full party in the lawsuit. The Court of Appeals recognized our right to do that. The Court of Appeals also recognized that Act 11 applies to this incorporation proceeding. And therefore, after that came back from the Court of Appeals, once again, just to make sure nobody could be confused at all, the town of Waukesha adopted Resolution 2014-22, once again saying they will not adopt a resolution approving this incorporation. Now, when this came back from the Court of Appeals and it went back to Judge Kiefer, and Judge Kiefer then lifted the stay, which had to be in place so that you folks didn't have to deal with this until the Court of Appeals decided whether the town of Waukesha is involved or not. Immediately when it came back, I filed a motion with you folks. I don't know if the Corporation Review Board members know, but it was probably dealt with administratively. But it was my position that this hearing is absolutely not needed because it was my position that Act 11 stated that the legislative, this is my opinion, I think I'm right, Act 11, of course, that the legislative intent to provide, it was the legislature's intent that without the consent of both parties, as a matter of law, the impact on the metropolitan community standard cannot be met. It's the only rational way of looking at what they had in mind. And so my suggestion to staff was make a finding that unless there is a resolution from both towns, it's a waste of time to go through this hearing because it cannot meet this standard. You can't meet it. It's an automatic negative impact on the metropolitan community as stated by the legislature in this statute because they recognize that these people be disenfranchised unless their elected officials say it's okay. That's my position. I think that itself defeats the impact of metropolitan community standard. They cannot meet this. But there's more.
But if you go back to the previous slide, please, there can be. How can you say that the proposed incorporation, as described in the petition, wouldn't substantially hinder the solution of governmental problems affecting the metropolitan community when there is no solution of governmental problems affecting the metropolitan community, as described in your presentation, that these problems apparently exist, but they're not being solved by the existing
petition.
The existing groups of government who are involved.
I couldn't put it better, but you've got the horse before the cart. it's the town of Brookfield's responsibility to do whatever it can. It's their responsibility, not everybody else's, to correct those. And if they need to go and do whatever, hey, City of Brookfield, if you will take these areas, we'll give you $5 million. Or if you go to the town of Waukesha and say, look, some problems are not solvable, but that's not anybody's fault. Then you go to the legislature and you say, okay, legislature, come up with a way that you can deal with this, because in some circumstances you cannot simply meet the statutory criteria. Those statutes are the statutes. If it's impossible to meet the criteria in the statute, it's impossible to meet the criteria in the statute. If you've got, in this particular case, you've got an area that's been dwindled down to something that's less than 4 square miles. Well, that is what it is. If you can go to the legislature and say, okay, legislature, if you got $1 billion in equalized valuation, you can incorporate a 2 square mile village, as long as you got $1 billion in equalized valuation in the area. Okay? Then you got your village of Gerke's Corners, right? Because they can get rid of all these other problems with these little hanging parts to this proposed village, taking in territory from the town. They would have to still probably work out the problems with the remnant town. They have to do that. But, we have to have a solution that deals with all of these problems. These problems exist, and there's no resolution right now under the statutory criteria. It's the best I can tell you. Okay? And so what if there's no solution? If that's not your job. Your job is, hey, let's look at these criteria. Are they met? No, they're not. Okay? So
whose solution? Whose job is it to find a solution?
Well, it's nobody's job to find a solution. There may not need to be a solution. They will continue to exist, or they will consolidate with the city of Brookfield. We'll see over time. But
lawyers in business, right, Stan?
Well, it does. It does. All right, so I'm going to go through some of the other impacts on the metropolitan community that exist. We have traffic jurisdiction impacts. You're going to see some pictures of some areas. This doesn't show up very well, but there's a winding intertwine of jurisdiction here between city and town, and city and town, and this exists all over the place. I just want to run through these. These are just examples. In this area that's in the center, that's the Calvin Road area, you can see where you've got all kinds of problems here that are created, and I think as Mayor Ponto said, they will be created in perpetuity if you allow this to go through. That will always be there. And likewise down here, in the southern portion, you've got jurisdictional areas, and there are others throughout, in the area. I just pick these out as an example. Now, the other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, this is not the first one, is it? It is. You have already spoken, 5 minutes. You've already spoken on this issue, and nothing has changed. In your 1999 determination, you stated there is a history of isolated planning that results in poor intermunicipal relations. You found that as one reason why they did not meet the standard regarding impact on the metropolitan community. That was true then. It is true as you've heard now. Nothing's changed. You can't, you've already spoken on this. Likewise, in 1999, you said the major difficulties relating to the effect of incorporation. I'm sorry, you can't read that. The major difficulties relating to the effect of incorporation on the metropolitan area are due to the fragmented nature of the proposed village limits. This fragmentation raises the issue of the ability of the regional transportation system to adequately connect the different segments of the proposed village, and a fiscal equity consideration as to whether they should connect these disparate parts. Residential developments in segments of the proposed village have better access to services and resources in the cities of Brookfield or Waukesha than those resources available in the southern section of the town. These fragments also result in inconsistent land use and planning efforts along major transportation corridors, where multiple jurisdictions exercise control over fragmented corridor sections, and where there is a failure to cooperatively plan for the urban design and regulation of these areas which fall within multiple jurisdictions. The department determines that it cannot find that the proposed incorporation will not substantially hinder the solution of governmental problems affecting the metropolitan community, and that therefore this criterion is not met. That is not true in 1999. It is even more not true today. And then finally, there's been a suggestion that, and it's funny, this theme happened back then too. Oh, if we get incorporated, then that'll fix everything because there won't be any of these problems. But you said in 2001, would incorporation, as various town exhibits claim, level the playing field and enable dialogue between the city and the town? In the experience of the department regarding the application of alternative dispute resolution, the answer to this question is no, especially when considering how the various issues discussed within the many exhibits are framed by the town. That was true in 2001. It is even more true now. And I said, very quickly, the new factors that create even a much greater problem in the metropolitan community is that fractured remnant town that cannot exist on its own, and the disenfranchisement of the town of Waukesha residents and the businesses there. So, in conclusion, 5 standards, 4 not met. What was true in 99, what was true in 2001 is even worse now. Any questions?
Okay, see no questions, thank you. Next, we're gonna start taking again, we have slips up here, so Sandy Hamm, you're first up, but while Sandy's coming to the podium, if you wish to speak, please fill out a slip, it's just outside the door. If you have slips in hand, please bring those up to Renee at the front here, and I'll just ask that when you do come forward for the record, you state your name and spelling.
My name is Sandy Hamm, H-A-M-M, from the town of Waukesha. Wow. Sort of feel like I'm stepping up. Listen to that. I'm opposed to the incorporation, but I'm mostly opposed to the taking 288 acres. And I listened closely when you started, and you said, because that wasn't what I was going to say today, and you said pay attention to these things on this sheet, and because these are what we have to review. And so I looked through them to try and see how I could make my comments match. When Supervisor Fischer spoke, he talked about the drafters, some of the rules, never intending for one town to take land from another. And I think this document speaks to that. I looked down here at the definitions of isolated municipality, metropolitan community, where it talks about being a city, metropolitan municipality, proposed village or city. Nowhere in there does the town of Waukesha fall. There's just nothing in there about the town of Waukesha. It was only when Mr. Riffle mentioned that there were 2 remainder towns. But this document that was handed out here today, item 4 at the bottom, the impact of the remainder towns, and that's in singular. The standard does not apply and goes on. And so, and I thought it was a 2013 Act 38 that was signed by the governor that, says the 2 towns have to agree. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I think we all know that it exists. And so my comment originally and now will be that this is so wrong on its face that one town wants to take all of this acreage from another town without the other town's willingness. That's why Act 38 was passed up in Madison. And now we're going through some legal machinations to put an end to it. But anybody knows that that's not right, that that's not fair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sandy. Next up, we have Duane Langenwalter. Spell your name.
Duane, D-U-A-N-E, last name Langenwalter, L-A-N-G-N-W-A-L-T-E-R. I don't live in the town of Waukesha. However, I have operated 2 businesses in the town of Waukesha, both of which were established on the same piece of ground in Waukesha, which happens to be in the affected area. The current business is the neighbor Barnes Mill. We built a brand new 6 years ago. I specifically built the bar in the town of Waukesha because I was familiar with the town of Waukesha. I have dealings with the town of Waukesha. I'm familiar with the people there. I wanted to be in the town of Waukesha. In fact, when I relocated my first business, I relocated it in the town of Waukesha because that's how strongly I feel about me today. I don't think it's fair that somebody else can come in and talk to me, they have to say anything to me. If they can just come in and say, okay, now you're going to be part of this and that. I have nothing against the town of Brookfield. Well, God bless them. I just want to be a part of the town of Waukesha. I believe in being true to my school. That's my school. I don't want anybody to think that way.
I have one individual wishing to speak. And that's Darwin Hoefs. Pronounce that right? Hoefs, thank you. If you could just spell it for the court reporter.
Last name is H-O-E, Frank, S as in Sam, Darwin, B-E-R-W. I've lived in the town of Waukesha for 47 years. We live on the southwest corner of Springdale and 59. We've had a business on the corner of Springdale and 59 for 47 years. And I am vehemently against us being swallowed up by the town of Brookfield. I got a son-in-law who was on the town of Waukesha Fire Department. I've known many, many people in the town. And I know of no one that feels that the town of Brookfield can do anything for us. When I first heard of this, we were talking about, or they were talking about, they needed our 288 acres so that they could become a village, so that they could get TIF funds for the corners development. Well, they now have TIF funds and they're still the town of Brookfield. So I don't know why they're still pressing to swallow up the town of Waukesha, but I am very much against it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? If not,
Yeah, I will.
okay.
I sent you a sheet, but you must not have seen it.
Which name?
My name's Jim Radke, R-A-D-K-E. I'm a homeowner, a business owner, and a town supervisor in the town of Waukesha. On behalf of myself, my family, my employees, and the constituents that elected me, I want to go on record that we oppose the incorporation and, more importantly, the land grab of the 288 acres. Today sounded like a business plan or an investment seminar. I get it. You don't want to restrict any annexation of the prime real estate property. Makes sense. But let's not fool anyone. The corners development's going to happen whether or not they incorporate or not. It's already in motion. If the 2 failed attempts from Attorney Riffle don't convince you to dismiss this, I refer you to the town of Waukesha's own incorporation proceedings from 15 years ago, from April of 2000, April 17th. The same thing happened and they were denied. Many of those same reasons for denying that incorporation apply to the town of Brookfield. If you'd like a copy, let me know. I'll email it to you. Or, since Attorney Hamm was part of that, I'm sure you can get your copy as well. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll have the City of Waukesha give their presentation for the next 45 minutes or so.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Day. I'm an assistant city attorney for the City of Waukesha, and we are going to present comments from our mayor, our Department of Public Works, our city planning, and our water utility. In terms of exactly how it impacts the City of Waukesha, we're going to try very hard not to duplicate a lot of the comments that have already been made. We are certainly going to have some duplicate maps, I'm afraid, just not knowing what everyone is presenting today. But first, we will present the comments of our mayor, Sean Riffle.
You just state and spell your name too, please.
Sean Riley, SHAWNREILLY. Thank you. I'm glad I got here at least an hour early because what I had written down I pretty much threw away, and just so that you don't have to hear everything all over again. You do have items for consideration when analyzing an incorporation petition. The City of Waukesha is opposed to this incorporation petition. One of the things that you have to take under consideration is impact on the metropolitan area. The City of Waukesha is part of the metropolitan area in regards to this incorporation petition. What I think the main point I want to make is that this incorporation petition doesn't change one governmental entity into another governmental entity. It actually creates a village, but it also creates it also has a town remnant, which consists of 6 separate parcels. And to me, that seems to be an unworkable town. We're creating an additional governmental entity, not just creating changing governmental entity. This isn't going to increase efficiency or regional cooperation by having 2 instead of 1 governmental entities. Another question that you have to ask yourself is, are issues such as the remainder of the town being taken care of by intergovernmental agreements? There hasn't been anything presented to you to show that there is an intergovernmental agreement that takes care of the remnant town or any of the other issues that have been brought before you. There are some, the town of Brookfield has agreements with other communities, but those are items prepared by the town to take care of issues that were town issues, not to take care of this incorporation. Another question is whether the social patterns and opportunities bring residents together. As mayor of Waukesha, I look at this issue from the viewpoint of the city. For that portion of the town of Waukesha that's part of this incorporation, the focus of those residents is to the City of Waukesha. They identify with the city. The 3 of the 4 corners of Greenfield and Les Paul Parkway, which is really the major transportation area on that portion of the incorporation petition, are within the City of Waukesha. The services for gas for these residents, for groceries, and for other amenities is to the west, leading to Waukesha, to the Les Paul Parkway commercial area, and further into the City of Waukesha. The town of Waukesha attorney indicated that this is the case, that these town residents identify with the City of Waukesha. He didn't add, except for paying taxes to the city, the town of Waukesha. The children in this area go to school in the City of Waukesha. Water service is provided to a large part of this area by the City of Waukesha. The City of Waukesha fire station is actually 2 blocks away from this town of Waukesha area. When fires need to be fought on residential or commercial property, that the water for fighting those fires is taken from the City of Waukesha. Another question you have to ask yourself is if this incorporation will result in a better ability to resolve issues on a regional basis. It's not easy to resolve regional issues. And you had a good question. Well, they aren't being solved in this area of the state. But the statutes, as Mr. Riffle said, say it's up to the petitioner to provide resolutions of those issues. Allowing the creation of a village of Brookfield with a remnant town of Brookfield
and that remnant to remain as six distinct remnant properties will hinder solution of regional issues. So we have, like I said, I had a whole bunch more but I would just be repeating what has been said by other people. You have my sympathy, and I'm not going to repeat all that. So thank you very much.
Do you have any questions at all? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to distribute a more detailed map than what is on the screen for Mr. Duchenak's comment.
Good afternoon. As the mayor said, I will...
Could I just have you state and spell your name?
Sure, my name is Daniel Duchia, D-U-C-H-N-I-A. I'm the general manager of the Waukesha Line. Good afternoon. I, like the mayor, will try not to repeat too much, but I will try to expand on some of the comments that were made also with regards to this potential petition by the town of Brookfield and the service of the water service that's provided in this area. With regards to the water service in this area, the city of Waukesha currently provides water to 3 residential class customers and 8 commercial or business class customers. If you look at the map, this area that's right in this area, these are residential class customers that are provided service. And then this area that is along here and this parcel right here are already existing customers of the Waukesha Water Utility. Of that area, we provide water service to about 13.2% of that area, 36.95 acres. The acreage that was, this acreage right here, this parcel right in this area right here, was previously transferred to the town of Brookfield Sanitary Service area, and that represents about 11.9% of the acreage. And then the remainder of the acreage, or about 75%, is currently in the town of Waukesha. The Waukesha Water Utility has the capacity to provide service within this existing area with our existing deep and shallow aquifer wells. The area has also been included within the service area for our application for Great Lakes water that has been developed after many years of studies and at significant cost to the city of Waukesha Water Utility. It is also after 5 years of review by the Department of Natural Resources. They are going to be issuing an environmental impact statement next month, they said, that will include this area as part of our service area in that. So any modifications to the service area would be very difficult at this point in the process, seeing as how the DNR has put in that amount of time and the city has been putting that amount of time. It has also been identified by Southeastern Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission in their 2010 planning report, which number 52 is water supply plan for southeastern Wisconsin. Approximately, like I said, 88.1% of the proposed area in this town of Brookfield petition was included in our water service area at their recommendation. The water utility has also put together a number of water system master plans dating back to 1993. We had 4 of them. In all of this, in all of these plans, this area was planned to be serviced by the Waukesha Water Utility. As you can see, we have water mains that run in Les Paul. We've recently put in a water main that runs through this property. There's a number of fire hydrants in that area. As the mayor said, if there is a fire in any of these properties that exist along Les Paul Parkway especially, those fires are going to be fought using the city of Waukesha water and the current fire hydrants that are adjacent to those properties. They're not going to be hauling in water from somewhere else. That would be a pretty inefficient way to fight a fire. With regards to the water mains that are in this area, we currently have our latest master plan update and our latest system master plans have us planning for a water main that is going to be installed along Les Paul Parkway and expanded. The construction is about an $11 million project for reconstruction of some of this water main. It has, half of this project has been bid, has been awarded, and the construction is going to start in June of this year. And as part of that construction, we did incorporate providing service to this area. In conclusion, the water service area and facilities of the Waukesha Water Utility have been designed and constructed with the intent of providing service to this area. While the proposed village may ultimately have the ability to serve the current town of Waukesha area included in the petition for incorporation, such service is clearly inefficient use of resources in the metropolitan community, planning and infrastructure that has already been in place. Do you have any questions?
Just as clarification.
Sure.
Within the area that's in the proposal for the town of Waukesha,
yes,
you stated they use Waukesha water off your water system.
yes.
If the incorporation moves forward, who would respond to the fire to use that water? Would it be the city of Waukesha Fire Department or the future village fire department? And what's the effect on response time?
I'm not in a position to answer that, but
Well, the new village would have to respond to the fire. If-
But
if
use
incorporated.
Waukesha water.
Theoretically, we have hydrants right there.
most likely they would use Waukesha water like the town of Waukesha when there's a fire in the town of Waukesha. A lot of times they're volunteer fire departments who shut down hydrants.
The utility get reimbursed for the use of that water, seeing it's used outside the utilities.
We do charge for the cost of water.
Any further questions?
Thank you very much.
Again, Paul Day from our Department of Public Works is going to present some information on our sewer facilities in this area. He's developed a little different map than the one before you, although somewhat similar.
Hi, my name is Paul Day, city engineer for the city of Waukesha, KDA. I've kind of laid out for you in the area in question, the city's sanitary sewer service area. We've identified in green existing sanitary sewer mains, primarily along West Paul Parkway, and we extend to the east from West Paul on Pearl Street at the south. We also extend Greenfield a short distance, and also at the north boundary on Coral Drive extends easterly, serves radio station. In addition, the map also, I should mention, the pink area is that part of the town of Waukesha that is in our service area. In addition, we've included topographically areas of interest. And what we've identified as a future pump station is kind of a high-level location there. We don't have a plan for that installation, but just looking at what we consider the whole area in that area there, where you have this pump station. That's really all I have. If there was any questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Andrews, the Community Development Director for the City of Waukesha, and My presentation is going to focus mostly on the proposed inclusion of the 288 acres of the Town of Waukesha lands into a new village of Brookfield. And then I'll also go through some of the city's objections to including the Town of Waukesha land, as well as some of our objections to the incorporation in general, and areas that the city of Waukesha feels the proposal falls short of meeting the state statutes governing the incorporation. Just as an overview, this is a municipal boundary map. The Town of Waukesha section is, the question is that blue square just below the T of Town of Brookfield. And so this just gives you kind of a lay of the land, looking at all the municipalities in the area. And there was some reference during the utility discussion of Les Paul Parkway. We also refer to that as a bypass that runs north-south, continues all the way south and wraps around the south end of the city. And you can see that all the yellow along that roadway is the city of Waukesha. And as those lands have developed, they have annexed to the city of Waukesha for service. First thing I'll discuss is compactness. And again, restating what's been said, but the overall proposal does not even come close to geographically meeting any definition of compactness. Okay. Nearly a mile of separation, there's nearly a mile of separation between the northerly island and the core area of the town of Brookfield. Okay. And the easterly portion, as stated before, is nearly an island. There's a 69-foot wide strip extending 1,000 feet to connect these areas, not through a single parcel, but that strip runs through, it splits an existing parcel. So part of that parcel is in the city of Brookfield, and then that strip is in the town of Brookfield. So it's just a piece of parking lot that they've used to connect those lands. So essentially it is creating an island. When communities are annexing, and I know you know this, connectivity is very important. And that's actually an area that annexation can be legally challenged. And the reason for that is because when you're creating jurisdictional boundaries, there's a desire by the state legislature to maintain compactness and connectedness. So I believe that when you're creating an entirely new form of government, that also would be beneficial and apply. These types of long, narrow connections are discouraged in annexations because they don't meet the connectivity test and essentially create islands within neighboring jurisdictions. This is an inefficient way for service delivery, it's inefficient development patterns, and it causes inefficient governance. Although, again, this isn't an annexation issue, it is very similar in that you're building new jurisdictional territories. The Town of Brookfield's petition is contrary to the spirit of the state statutes that encourage and require compactness, and actually would be creating these undesirable island conditions permanently through this incorporation. Looking at the Town of Waukesha lands included, it too is nearly an island. The Town of Waukesha piece is surrounded on three sides by the city of Waukesha, shown in yellow here. And the lands to the north, west, and south around this town island, of those areas, 72% of the linear boundary is in the city of Waukesha. 7% is in the town of Brookfield, or adjacent to the town of Brookfield. There are no town road connections to this area. All access is by city or state roadways. And Springdale Road, which is the easterly boundary of that town island, is a shared roadway between currently the town of Waukesha and the city of New Berlin, because it's a jurisdictional line. Overall, the boundaries provided show a village that is literally disconnected and scattered. The parts are not closely joined geographically nor compact. Moving on to homogeneity and identity. Again, we're focusing on the town of Waukesha Island, and the fact that the city of Waukesha surrounds that island on three sides, and there are no direct connections to the town of Brookfield. Daily shopping and commercial activities are accessed via city and state roadways. This map shows some daily commercial services that you might venture out to as a resident. Grocery stores, fuel stations, banks, and restaurants. In the area along Les Paul Parkway, if you were traveling from the town of Waukesha, and you go north along Les Paul Parkway, which is the western boundary there. Up to the western. What boundary? Sorry. And you would travel north, and then up to Moreland Boulevard and go east towards the town of Brookfield. In that span, that's about a 3-mile drive between those areas. and there are 21 restaurants, 4 fuel stations with convenience stores, 4 banks, and 4 groceries. Again, the town of Brookfield, if following that that route, is 3 miles away. Our downtown, where you can see kind of the cluster of dots there to the west, is 1.3 miles away. And our other shopping district, which is way at the bottom of the map, is Sunset Drive, and that's 2.4 miles away. All of those options in the city of Waukesha are closer than the options in the town of Brookfield. So clearly, the daily services are satisfied by these town residents in the city of Waukesha. Looking at community services, these town of Waukesha residents, as is most of the town of Brookfield, are in the Waukesha School District. Parents regularly travel into the city of Waukesha for school functions, school pickup, and drop-off. This results in added identity to the city of Waukesha as they shop in businesses, as they go to pick up their kids, and they use the public amenities, such as parks and libraries in the city of Waukesha. The closest schools, churches, parks, and library are all in the city of Waukesha, and that's shown here on the map. In addition, the closest civic and community events occur in the city of Waukesha: parades, park rec programs, concerts and movies in the park, Friday Night Live, which is a family-friendly event every Friday downtown, and the farmers market. All of those things happen in the city of Waukesha at a closer distance than the town of Brookfield. When you look at both maps side by side, you can really see the relationship and the natural transportation patterns into the city of Waukesha that are not present from this town island into the town of Brookfield. Okay. Next, I'm going to touch on some long-range planning and growth patterns. The report submitted states that the city doesn't show this area of the town of Waukesha for future annexation, and implies that the city hasn't planned for these lands to be included inside its boundaries in the future, and nothing could be further from the truth. Okay. This is a map of the city's long-range land use plan. On this map, the black line is the urban service area for sewer and water services approved by the DNR, referenced by both our water utility and public works just earlier. The red line is our current city boundaries. We plan for everything within the black line. We plan for everything that's within our service area. We lay out utilities in a pattern conducive for future extension into town areas. We size sewer and water facilities to accommodate lands within this boundary, and we lay out transportation connection points for future development. These are service areas that are put in place, these service areas, that black line, the reason that they're put in place is to allow for this long-range planning. In addition, this area of the town of Waukesha is one of the main gateways to the city of Waukesha, so we're very concerned about development that occurs in the area and want to plan for the compatible uses and design of that development. This is a demonstration of the city of Waukesha's long-term land use plan on the left versus the Waukesha County land use plan on the right. The town of Brookfield, of course, would be governed by the Waukesha County plan. So the report states that the city's comp plan, which contains this land use plan, is similar in format to the county's, and this is true. However, the substance is different. When you look at these maps, and you're looking at Arcadian and Les Paul Parkway, the red color on both maps is commercial. And you can see right away to the left of Les Paul, there's a piece of orange there that's still in the town of Waukesha, and our land use plan shows that as remaining residential. Everything on that map in orange is residential, the red represents business, and the gray is industrial. So you can see where we've got our commercial corridor right there at the intersection. We preserve some residential land as we're moving to the east. And then on the south side of Arcadian, we have a little expansion of industrial land, and that's completely contrary to the Waukesha County land use plan. So we do long-range planning unique to the city of Waukesha for all of these lands within our urban service area. And you can see that in the Waukesha County plan, they extend that commercial district all the way to the east on Arcadia Drive. That's the orange strip there. Nearly all the land along the bypass, as I mentioned before, so it's a little faint, but you can see that bypass, that belt line wrapping around the city. is in the city of Waukesha, and we fully expect the balance to annex for services as it develops. That has been the pattern. There is no town of Brookfield land bordering this bypass like Parkway. Clearly, the city of Waukesha is in a better position and a more vested position to determine compatible land uses and development standards in these areas, since those areas of the town of Waukesha are an island essentially within our borders. The city of Waukesha plans very intently for future growth, but also respects the rights of property owners and allows owners to choose which municipality their property resides in. We ask owners to petition the city of Waukesha for annexation, so they occur by request. There are properties in the town of Waukesha right now that would like to annex to the city of Waukesha in the area in question, but have not been able to because of this action that the town of Brookfield has taken. As mentioned earlier, the city of Waukesha plans utility service to the extent of its urban service boundary, and I believe that was covered quite clearly. And you can see again those lines stubbed right into our border and into the town of Waukesha. And also I want to mention here, because there was a question about fire response times, you can see that red dot just south of the town of Waukesha there is our fire station. The town of Brookfield response time to this area on their own graphic was nearly 6 minutes. It was about 4 minutes 43 seconds. Our response time is almost immediately. So the fire response times for the city of Waukesha are much faster than the town of Brookfield, and ultimately this land probably should be annexed to the city of Waukesha when it develops, and we can are in a better position to serve it. The report submitted by the town of Brookfield also states that they have a desire for consistent development standards. Again, 72% of the area surrounding this town island is in the city of Waukesha. The city is the most actively involved jurisdiction in the planning for uses and development in this area. There are almost no connections to the town of Brookfield in terms of transportation, identity, or zoning. The city of Waukesha has the most urban and compact development patterns and standards in the area, and that's clear by the map. Here's just one example of our different development standards. You can see the blue highlighted area is the city of Waukesha. The non-highlighted area is the town of Brookfield. And you can see the compact housing lots in the city of Brookfield, or the city of Waukesha, and you can see the sidewalk connections even in the commercial districts. There are no sidewalk connections in the town of Brookfield. Their development standards are very different. So to have those standards in an area where the city almost completely surrounds them would be totally contrary to the way the area has developed. The report submitted also states that the city of Waukesha does not have a mixed-use zoning. This is incorrect. All business zoning categories allow for residential uses on the upper floors and the 50% of the first floor. There are many, many mixed-use buildings throughout the city of Waukesha. The report also diminishes the city's traditional neighborhood zoning because we use a PUD overlay to accomplish that type of development. Again, this decision was made so that the developer and the city have the greatest flexibility possible when laying out that particular type of development. What is clearly demonstrated, however, and correctly so on their chart, is that the city of Waukesha has the most compact and flexible zoning in the immediate area. You can see our minimum lot sizes are the smallest. Sorry.
The city of Waukesha has the most compact and flexible what? Do you mind slowing down just
Sorry.
a little bit? Because I so many words.
My goal. Okay. The city of Waukesha has the most compact and flexible zoning in the immediate area. The difference between the city of Waukesha and the town of Brookfield are significant. The lot sizes are much different. Business requirements are much different. And we offer a lot more flexibility and compact development in the city of Waukesha. For the town of Waukesha lands to develop in a way consistent with the surrounding area, that development would have to happen in the city of Waukesha, not in the town of Brookfield. Touching briefly on regional cooperation, some of this was discussed, but there was much said in the report about the town of Brookfield's desire to stop annexations and be a regional partner. The city of Waukesha has annexed very little land from the town of Brookfield, and again, at owner request. The city of Waukesha also has not experienced a high level of cooperation from the town of Brookfield, and that cooperation comes usually when the town of Brookfield is requesting a service from the city of Waukesha. These are the two annexations that have occurred since 1980. One is a Russ Darrow dealership, and one is a former Steinhaus furniture store, both along Moreland Boulevard. The Russ Darrow dealership had developed in the city of Waukesha, and they wanted to expand. Their use was not permitted by the zoning in the town of Brookfield, and they decided to annex to the city of Waukesha for zoning, and so that their property would be in one single municipality. Steinhaus, shown there, originally annexed its property closest to Moreland Boulevard, adjacent to Moreland there, for sewer and water service. The city had both services in Moreland serving the north side of the street. Later, they decided to annex that piece to the east, which they also owned at that time, so that, again, their entire property would be in one jurisdiction. Since that time, the parcels have been sold to different owners. They're under separate ownership. And there have been development proposals for the vacant land to the east. However, to develop that piece of property, they would have to bring water and sewer through their neighbor's property, and the connection point I have shown there in red, the red dot. They would have to run, to connect to the city's services, they would have to run those lines through their through the neighboring property to get to their property, which can be accomplished through an easement. Or they could connect to services in Castle Road in the town of Brookfield. They have been unable to obtain an easement from their neighbor to allow those service connections out to Moreland Boulevard, and the town of Brookfield has refused to allow connection in Castle Road directly adjacent to their property, in essence halting and obstructing any development of this land. And again, I know that there's been a lot of discussion about Greenfield Avenue, so I'm not going to go through that as well, except to reiterate that the city did participate in that road widening project when it wasn't required to, because it wanted to be a good neighbor and participate in the regional cooperation. There's one other instance that the city assisted and demonstrated regional cooperation, and that is there's a property in the town of Brookfield. It's really a peninsula into the city of Waukesha. It's Marcus Theater site. They wanted to build a theater there, and they didn't have enough room for their stormwater. And the city allowed them to put stormwater into our jurisdiction to allow that development to move forward as they had planned for. So we do try to participate in regional cooperation. Lastly, the remnants. Much discussed today about the remnants, but really the likelihood of these remnants being a viable governing body is so very low. The proposed boundaries, as mentioned before, are not compact, and in fact the lands are not even adjacent. Whether you're looking at the incorporation boundaries themselves or the remnants, there is no adjacency here. Providing service to areas so significantly geographically separated as these remnants are is not practical or cost effective. The remnants are completely surrounded by other municipalities. The northerly remnant is 2 miles to the core area of the proposed village, and almost 6 miles to the southerly remnant islands. So it would be 6 miles separating that northerly remnant to the southerly remnant. Okay. And also we took a look at what's the likelihood of future development on these remnants. Could they possibly produce additional tax base? We think not. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 on the top, 4, 5 on the bottom, from left to the right. Looking at parcel number 1, again, this is 2 pieces along Springdale Road, residential and commercial piece. You can see it's already developed, and the entire area is residential. Changes to this use is highly unlikely. Remnant number 2, 2 properties along Brookfield Road, 1 vacant, 1 residential. There's significant grade in that area. You may expect 1 additional home, but other than that, no additional development. Remnant number 3, the before mentioned Superfund site up in the right-hand corner. Portion of this is a Superfund site, but beyond that, everything you see in green is environmental corridor. So there's an existing neighborhood up in the upper left-hand corner of that slide, and then again, everything in green is environmental corridor. Considering the amount of environmental corridor and contamination, 1.4 million cubic yards of industrial waste in this area, additional development will be very limited if it's permitted at all. Remnant number 4, kind of in the middle there. You have 4 parcels, 2 built with homes and 2 vacant, so you may expect 2 more homes there. And the last remnant is a landlocked parcel completely covered by environmental corridor. It is not developable, there is no access to any roadway, and it's an environmental corridor. Okay. The town of Brookfield expects and is relying on the neighboring jurisdictions to absorb these remnants that are contaminated, environmental corridor, or offer limited tax base. In addition, the core government services of this town, remnant town would not be centrally located to the remaining town of Brookfield residents, and in fact may be 6 miles and 2 jurisdictions away. Okay. In the report they submitted, they offered a comparison of the remnants that they are proposing to the incorporation and the remnants from Germantown. So on the right you have a map of Germantown and their remnant areas. There are 4 areas, and then on the left, of course, you're familiar with the town of Brookfield. The Germantown remnants are surrounded completely by incorporated Germantown. The town of Brookfield remnants are completely surrounded by other jurisdictions. The Germantown remnants are expected to be absorbed into the incorporated Germantown in the future if they desire, when they're developed. The town of Brookfield is hoping other jurisdictions will absorb their contaminated and environmentally sensitive lands. Okay. And lastly, if you look at the statistics of this comparison, it's just reiterating what was said earlier by the city of Brookfield. It is clear that to operate independently or to be able to contract services if they don't want the services that the village of Brookfield are offering, they will have to increase taxes dramatically in the future. I have a tax revenue there of $100,000. We heard today that their tax revenue from those remnants in 2015 was $71,000. So it's even less than that. You can see the town of Germantown remnants have a tax revenue of $448,000. And so if you're looking at similar population, similar acreage, similar equalized value, that is what it takes to operate an independent town. So, and certainly $71,000, again, and I'm reiterating, but cannot cover road maintenance, a clerk, fire service, debt service, plowing, running elections, legal consultation, tax collection, and assessment. Okay. And I'm at the end. The proposal does not meet the test of compactness or homogeneity, and the city of Brookfield has explained some of the other tests that they feel and we feel that they do not meet. The proposal would seriously be detrimental to the remaining town remnants, and the proposal has a negative impact on the metropolitan community. At a time, and Mayor Ponto said this better, but at a time of searching for ways to minimize the size of government and finding regional cooperation, adding another incorporated government unit in an area already crowded with jurisdictional districts would only hinder regional cooperation and be burdensome to development. Furthermore, the taking of Town of Waukesha lands into this incorporation when they clearly do not align with the town of Brookfield and the lands are nearly surrounded by the city of Waukesha is a disservice to those residents and would create incompatibilities that otherwise would not occur. The city of Waukesha is clearly better equipped to serve those lands and have been planning to do so for some time.
Any questions, members? Thank you. Oh,
Just
go
a
ahead.
point of clarification. You said you plan to the service boundary,
Correct.
but you don't assume that you're ever going to have it with the city, because you rely solely on the property owner to initiate the proceedings, is that correct?
Right. That in some cases, we have had a border agreement with Milwaukee. So there are other avenues to achieve that land coming into the city of Waukesha. But it has been our operation for many of the recent years that we request petition from the property owner. We want people to want to be in the city of Waukesha.
Thank you.
Obviously, the city of Waukesha opposes this incorporation and believes very strongly that you cannot find that the standards of the incorporation statute can be made. Specifically, from our point of view, the homogeneity and compactness standards cannot be met by the configurations presented to you. The remnant and the remainder of the town, the negative impacts on the residents left in the remainder of the town cannot be ignored. And we do not believe that the town of Brookfield can give you the proof of really establishing a negative that it will not substantially hinder the solution of governmental problems. I did want to point out that a lot has been said by the town of Brookfield as to their reasons and their motivations for filing this petition and how it's in their best interest to protect their tax base, repay their TIF, any number of reasons in terms of why they have filed this petition. And they're all reasons that serve their best interests. And the law is very clear in this area, and this board has cited that law, that whether an incorporation would benefit the proposed village area is not a standard for you to consider. And so it's not a standard for you to consider that the town of Brookfield would protect their ability to pay back TIF or be on a level playing ground or whatever other self-interest that they have they have recited today as reasons for incorporation. So I would ask the board to recall and remember that when it makes this decision. Nothing in this record indicates that there are a huge number of annexations here, either from the city of Waukesha or the city of Brookfield for that matter. And that is really an exaggerated concern, I believe, of the town of Brookfield when you look at their own map, their own figures on how many annexations have occurred over the last 3 decades. They're fairly small in number. The community character that the town of Brookfield has cited over and over again in all of their events and the community fabric, that all continues whether they incorporate or not. Nothing about incorporation preserves that. They have that, and that is, again, not a relevant factor for this board to continue or to consider. Again, they've already successfully lobbied our state legislature, received special consideration only for the town of Brookfield for their TIF legislation, and so incorporation really has nothing to do with that particular issue either. And so I would ask the board to ignore the reasons that have been set forth for incorporation, as they're really not all that relevant to your decision and to the factors of the statute. Clearly, we believe that the residents in the town of Waukesha territory proposed for this incorporation have absolutely no community interest with the town of Brookfield. They don't identify with the town of Brookfield whatsoever. Your previous decisions have indicated that when you look at where people shop, where they take their kids to school, where there's a museum, a library, those are the sorts of things that develop community interest. And the residents in this town of Waukesha territory simply have nothing in common with the residents of the town of Brookfield. I would urge you to revisit your decisions with respect to the town of Brookfield's incorporation in 1999 and 2001, as well as your decision in the town of Waukesha's effort to incorporate in 2000. Specifically, with respect to the town of Waukesha, you found that they identify with the city of Waukesha. They use the city of Waukesha services. They go to the west for all of that from this isolated area. And there's nothing in the record before you, at least up to this time, that allows you to ignore these previous statements you've made in all 3 of these incorporation determinations. This has been talked about already, the Hollycrest and Gaywood subdivision. Very clearly twice this board or its predecessor has found that this is not an area has any homogeneity with the town of Brookfield. They don't identify whatsoever with the town of Brookfield. The most easterly section, again, you previously found that this island is isolated from the town of Brookfield. You simply can't ignore that as you look at the pending petition for incorporation. And I think if you consider what you've already said in this regard, you have no real choice but to find that the homogeneity and compactness that is required under the statute simply can't be met here. As you know, you have to find only one standard not met, and you have to deny the petition. And I would suggest that this very first one, particularly when you consider the town of Waukesha Peninsula, requires you to deny this petition. I would also point out that Attorney Hamm has very clearly indicated that the only reason the town of Waukesha property is in this petition is to meet the square mileage requirement to get the petition out of the courtroom, to get it before you. But they have completely failed to address the homogeneity standard of the people who live in this territory. And where do they go? That is barely addressed, maybe brushed over, but Mr. Hamm's submittal or his petitioner's submittal simply doesn't talk to that. And that is a very important part of this particular petition, the lack of social cohesion. The remnants, I'm not going to talk any more than what has already been presented to you, except to say you have to find that these things are in the public interest. And if you can look at those remnants and say that they're a viable government and somehow in the public interest of this metropolitan community, I think on the record before you, it'd be very difficult to come to that conclusion and support it. And finally, Jennifer has just gone through what we feel are several issues with respect to regional planning and regional cooperation. Of course, the town of Brookfield has been unable to meet this criterion twice, and it hasn't gotten better, as Mr. Riffle pointed out. Your board, or your predecessor, has told them you need to cooperate. There needs to be reconciliation between the city and towns of Brookfield. There have been, I'm aware of multiple cases of litigation in which I've personally been involved between the city of Brookfield and the town of Brookfield over the last decade. They are in court fairly often, disputing water issues, infiltration issues. There has been no cooperation. There has been certainly no reconciliation. I think that's also apparent by the fact that the major communities in this metropolitan area are all against this incorporation. And so I would ask the board to consider all of the information presented by the city of Waukesha and deny this petition as not meeting at least 3 of the standards for incorporation that we have focused on today. Thank you.
Any questions from members of staff? Thank you. Right now, I just have one gentleman wishing to speak, Tim Eulfer. Tim, if you could just state and spell your name for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Timothy Eulfer, Timothyulfer. I live on Arcadian Avenue, pretty hot commodity, right across from, whatever, that land that we're not going to talk about. Look, the reason I want to talk to you guys is there's a lot of people who look really important in here, and on Monday I got a postcard in the mail from the town of Waukesha saying, come to this meeting and tell us what you think. I moved here from Minnesota last September. Well, I don't know how long ago, 8 months, whatever, right? How is this the first postcard I've received? How is this the first anything that I've received from anybody about this issue? I mean, it's really frustrating when, I get a letter saying, these guys want to incorporate you and it's all about the money, right? I'm sure my taxes would go up either way. But if they really want us to be a part of their community, you'd think somebody would have reached out, somebody would have talked to me, phone call, maybe a letter. But no, I get a postcard saying there's a meeting today. it's frustrating. And if they really, I don't know who's from Brookfield here, but if you really want a village and you want me to be a part of it, maybe you could reach out and talk to me. I've been here for 8 months. This is the first thing I hear about it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, it's 5 to 6 now, and I know the petitioners will have time to speak, but we're here till 7 o'clock, so for the time being, we'll stand informal until we receive more slips for those who wish to speak. At this time, I'll have Brian Gracyalny come forward, please. And Brian, if you could just state and then spell your name for the record, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Gracyalny. I want to comment on what Tim said before. He just got there 8 months ago. We actually walked around 2 years ago, back in 2012. I lived in the town of Waukesha, but not anywhere near the area that we're talking about. The reason that I volunteered to do what we did was because I didn't want my taxes to go down. So we actually went to every one of those houses that are in that area, knocked on every single door, and the response that we got was, we have no idea. So there was no communication from the town of Brookfield to any of these residents that are in the area that we're going to be acquired. They were vehemently against that, and we put together, I don't know if anyone's talked about this, a sign committee that was on Highway 59 that said yes to Waukesha, or yes to the town of Waukesha, no to the town of Brookfield. And that was paid for by the volunteers that were in our group. So we wanted to get the public access out there to all the people that were going up and down Highway 59 that we've got a problem here. We've got a town that came in and just simply wrote a petition or an incorporation proceeding that says this is what we're going to do. Yet none of the residents were involved with this from day one. So that's the only comment that I want to make. It's not so much that it was 8 months ago, but this was actually 2 years ago when this actually was put together. And not a single one of these residents had a clue that was going on. That may have been echoed in some of the people that were here earlier, but I just want to make sure it was clear.
Thank you, Brian. Next, I have Angie Van Sock, who's a former chairwoman for the town of Waukesha.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Angie Van Sock. I was town chair during the incorporation petition and a lot of the discussions related to that, and a lot of comments that were made. I was privy to that time. I've also been in the town of Waukesha for many years, since 1984, served on the Plan Commission of the town of Waukesha from 1995 until 2013, and was town chair from 2010 to 2013. So very involved in the town, much an advocate of the town. And this was a very big issue for us because 288 acres, a significant portion of the town. I've heard some of the people from the town of Brookfield presentations say that it was a forgotten area, it was a neglected area, and it's an unimportant area. This is a very important area of the town of Waukesha. It's 288 acres. It's one of our prime commercial corridors. And that's an important area of the town. We made large investments of town tax dollars into that area. $570,000 to improve Greenfield Avenue, $130,000 to improve Springdale. Those are all supposed to be gifts to the town of Brookfield. I don't think our taxpayers would approve of that, and I don't think that anybody with, any sense of right and wrong could say, well, gee whiz, sure, why wouldn't you do that for the town of Brookfield? The town of Brookfield has said, by Attorney Hamm has said, we have, been addressed and we refused to negotiate. There's a letter written to the town of Brookfield, January 30th of 2013 that I'll submit, that shows very clearly that why we would not be willing to negotiate to their offer of $600,000 over the years, when the value of that property was at least $60 million. I mean, a few years when we have that tax revenue back, we have no way to recoup the $570,000. We have no way to recoup the $130,000. And then ultimately, the people in the area, they chose to live in the town of Waukesha. At what point in time does somebody get told that they don't live in the community of their choice? I think they, when they're convicted, and go to jail. Otherwise, we get to choose where we want to live, and that should not be usurped by someone who is looking to improve their own situation. When we reviewed this at the time, we could find no other action of this type had ever happened in the history of the state. Ever. I think that says something about propriety and right and wrong. And others have realized that that's simply wrong. The town of Brookfield chose to go forward anyways. I don't think most people know that the town of Brookfield attorney was also the town of Waukesha attorney for, I think, 3 decades. He served at the same time the town of Brookfield. I was chair during that time, and I did an open records request at one point in time, trying to find out exactly what happened when and how this all came about, considering we had the same attorney. And this process, at least as far as my investigation, goes back to 2010, when the town, including Jim Hammis, spoke with George Hall about incorporation and hiring him as a consultant. Mr. Hammis was involved in 2010. During 2010, he was an attorney with the town of Waukesha. The interesting thing, on January 28, 2011, Mr. Hammis gave notice to the town of Waukesha that after 3 decades, he was leaving. He gave us 1 week's notice in an email. He went out of town then for a week. I sent him a letter and said, in part, although we are not privy to the reasons you are resigning with such short notice, again, we trust you have good reason. Your firm has represented the town for many decades. Seems an inauspicious ending to a long-term relationship. Of course, the answer to that came not too long after that, February 18th, when they're already talking about in emails that they're going to be taking the town of Waukesha lands. And then, of course, in March, they're actually putting the town of Waukesha into the map. You know, this didn't just come overnight. And so when people talk about why people don't get along and why we are all against the town of Brookfield, maybe it's because of how the town of Brookfield handles themselves and how the town of Brookfield makes enemies. Mr. Eggleston said, how do we solve the problem? Who's responsible then for solving the problem? I contend that they've created their own problem. And they've included now the town of Waukesha as part of that problem, right? Our people are concerned about what's going to happen to them. Our people are concerned about having to double their taxes on the municipal ballots for those that are in the 288 acres. The rest of the people who are aware are concerned their taxes are going to go up. I mean, it is important to all of us that this type of taking doesn't start with this precedent-setting move. There's lots of reasons that eloquent people have talked about the reasons that this particular incorporation should not go through. But there's also a reason why many of us are here all speaking against the town of Brookfield's incorporation for other reasons, for lack of cooperation, because we seem to strong-arm people. And if it's, and I will provide these documents to you, very interestingly, let me get to the point because I want to limit the amount of time that we have on here. In May of 2011, Mayor Strema sent an email to Mayor Ponto and I to attend a joint meeting to discuss the incorporation of the town of Brookfield. Turns out that the town of Brookfield decided to take more land than they needed. More land than they needed. I think that's an important point. At least 30 acres more land, and somebody can certainly calculate, you know, from the information that's going to be submitted as to how much more land than what they needed to get to the minimum of 4 square miles that they took. But people might wonder why that happened. Well, it's documented, and you'll be getting that information in my packet as well, because they tried to play let's make a deal with that information and that of those lands. They went to the city of Waukesha, tried to get them not to oppose the incorporation. Mr. Hammis sends a letter to Julie Gay to the town of Brookfield, representing the town of Brookfield, summarizing the town of Brookfield's proposal for a border agreement, allowing for an immediate annexation of the property to the city of Waukesha. That's the current Walmart site that was redeveloped in the town of Waukesha. It's known as parcel 112 in your paperwork. It's 14.95 acres. That current assessed value, I'm assuming, is somewhere in the $5 to $10 million range. Mr. Hamm dictates the term of the agreement, and he would not object to the incorporation, that they would agree not to object to the incorporation proceeding. Let's make a deal with people's lives and people's property. Additionally, he notes, following incorporation, additional lands depicted on the map would be detached from the newly created village and transferred to the city of Waukesha. The parcels to be detached are identified on the attached maps as parcels 104, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111. Almost all of those properties are prime commercial real estate, prime commercial development in the town of Waukesha that heavily supports our taxes. They're on Highway 164. They comprise about 15 acres. So between those properties and Walmart, you have at least 30 acres of land that they took in more than they needed to complete their 4 square miles of minimum territory. With that, my opinion, Jim attempts to play let's make a deal with those 30 acres. Property that they ostensibly took into the mapped incorporation area in order to barter with neighboring community to support or at least not object to their incorporation. You wonder why people are here saying, hey, we're against the town of Brookfield. Here is an example. And he follows up with that in August of 2011. Hey, we're still interested in following up with a mutual agreement. Do you want to play let's make a deal or not? To the city's benefit, to the city, they didn't take the deal. They didn't take the deal. They came to the town of Brookfield and to the town of Waukesha and said, hey, this is happening. They're trying to divide and conquer. We're not going that route. This is what's happened. I give them a lot of credit for that because as they've represented, the city is very interested in taking town of Waukesha property, but by a process, not by a gift and not by playing let's make a deal. Same thing has happened with pressuring people on annexations, with signing waivers of annexation. And in your packet, you'll have a letter sent by the school board to the town of Brookfield. The district's board wishes to express its dismay that the town of Brookfield has chosen to solicit an annexation waiver in this manner. We believe it is fundamentally improper to trade a special assessment obligation for a decision as important as annexation. In many respects, we believe that our decision to waive annexation is under economic duress. We would hope that the sanitary district and the town of Brookfield would refrain from asking property owners to trade property rights for dollars in the future, especially when those dollars must ultimately be paid by a user fee. There's a reason that they don't play well with others. They choose not to. And the list goes on. There's a question on annexation. The town of Waukesha is very concerned about losing their land. And Jim Hamm and group has said that they want to protect their property. But he says in a letter December 14, 2011, to Attorney Flaherty, furthermore, we've discussed many times the Blue Mountain Road corridor in the area of the town of Brookfield is fully developed. The businesses and residential properties have municipal water and sewers provided by the town sanitary district. The only reason properties would annex from the town to the city would be to obtain these services. And since they already have these services, these boundaries are not going to change. The fact that there has been no annexation of any properties in this area for more than 20 years is a testament to that fact. That letter from Mr. Hammond will be in your packet. So what do we make of this information? It's my opinion that the town of Brookfield has not demonstrated the ability historically to be a good neighbor. In fact, they've displayed just the opposite. From the abandonment of the town of Waukesha by the town attorney Jim Hamm to the taking of more acreage than needed to incorporate in order to play let's make a deal with other people's property, to pressuring people in their own community to sign waivers of annexation rights, to forcing the town of Waukesha taxpayers to spend over $100,000 defending itself from this taking, to their admitting that there hasn't been an annexation of town of Brookfield land on the Brookfield corridor, Blue Mountain corridor for over 20 years, to not paying their fair share of improvements to Greenfield Avenue, and more. They have not demonstrated a need for incorporation, nor have they demonstrated the ability to work well with others. Their incorporation petition should be denied.
We're going to have kind of closing remarks by the petitioner at this time. So Jim, you or whoever else you want to call forward.
Thanks. All right, well, first of all, I'm not going to dignify those comments about the fact that I represented the town for 30 years and then found it necessary to resign. It has nothing to do with this issue. This has been Scyoc, and that's why I resigned. Now, a couple things I want to talk about if I could. I'm certainly not going to lecture you on what your duties are. You all know what they are. And at one point I do think that we sort of all agree on this. Start with the last incorporation petition. Most of the criteria was met at that time. The issue that wasn't that reasonable homogeneity, compactness, and now the new issue of the impact of the remainder of the town. I mean, all the other issues, services and so on, were met in spades last time, and even more so this time with all the new development. So I think that's really what you have to focus on. I do think, though, that just as these last comments were brought forth, there's a lot of what I would say revisionist history thrown around here this afternoon that needs to be straightened out. A couple things in particular. The representation, they say, well, why didn't you include all of these parcels of land, these remnant portions? You know, like you kept showing that map, that 20-acre piece that's touching on Blue Mountain Road. Why didn't you include that? Why didn't you include the 2-acre piece just south of Gateway Estates? Include all of these. Why didn't you include those small little pieces along Greenfield Road? Well, the answer is very simple. From a logical standpoint, if you're going to set boundaries for a municipality, all of those parcels logically belong to the municipality. That 20-acre piece off Blue Mountain Road is wetland. It's completely surrounded by land in the city. It touches only at that one little point by wetland. So logically, it makes sense to include that in the city. Could have included in the petition, but we were just looking at what makes logical sense for the boundaries. Same thing with these little parcels on Springdale, on Greenfield Avenue. They're surrounded on 3 sides by the city of Brookfield, the city of New Berlin on the south side. The logic tells you that they should either be in the city of Brookfield, most likely, or the city of New Berlin. We tried to work out agreements throughout this proceeding to transfer those to the city of Brookfield, but they won't take them. Why? So that they can come in here and argue, see, they are not reasonably homogeneous and compact. So that's the answer as to why that wasn't done. And I think the city knows why, and I'm sure that if you read through the materials, you'll reach the same conclusion. The Burbach property, remember, the property that was in the town of Pewaukee that was transferred in the early 90s to the town of Brookfield. It's down right out, it's Springdale Estates on Springdale Road. It was represented to you that the town of Pewaukee transferred that to Brookfield because they wanted to incorporate and they knew this would be a remnant portion and they couldn't meet the standards. Not true. Again, revisionist history. What happened is Paul Burbach owned that land and he wanted to develop it. He was an elder. He came to the town of Brookfield and said, hey, I want to develop this with sewer and water. So I either have to go into the city of Waukesha or I have to go into the town of Brookfield. I don't want to go into the city of Waukesha. I talked to the town of Pewaukee, and they said they'll transfer it to you. At that time, the statutes allowed transfer between 2 towns just by an agreement. We transferred it from Pewaukee to the town of Brookfield, and it was developed. And actually, Paul's son, PJ, still lives in a house in that subdivision. But what's important about that is not the spin that was put onto it that was done to, ensure incorporation. The important part of that is that issue is this. Why did the town of Pewaukee agree to transfer that property to the town of Brookfield? The answer is very simple. We're on equal level playing fields. Town dealing with town. All right? So you transfer, you work things out. Had that been the city of Waukesha and the town of Waukesha, they would have had no agreement on it, but they were a level playing field. Highway 59, that's I find real, you talk about revisionist history. Mr. Greaser came in and told you about all the terrible things that the town of Brookfield did on Highway 59. First of all, I kind of wonder what's the relevance of that. What, we're bad neighbors or something? You can't trust us? I'm not sure. But what he told you is inaccurate and incomplete. What happened is, when 59 Greenfield Avenue was being redone, the DOT came to all the 5 municipalities involved because it was a local share road. And the municipalities were supposed to contribute the proportionate share. The statute provides that unless all of the municipalities involved contract with the DOT cannot do a local share road. So we had these meetings, and the town of Brookfield had 1,700 feet of roadway in Greenfield Avenue. They came in and said, your share is $900,000. Well, how do you get $900,000? Well, we did a study, we did a trip study that shows where people start their journey and where they end. And we did all this, we took it, and you come up with $900,000. And the town board officials said, well, let us see the data that you use to determine those trips. They said, well, we don't have it. We destroyed it. We don't have it. So the town board said, well, we're not going to pay any money without the data. Let's do another study. They said, no, we're not going to do another study. So the town board refused to go along. Then the city of Brookfield went back to the DOT and convinced the DOT to do the road, but to leave the 1,700-foot strip a 2-lane road. Therefore, it's no longer a local share. They don't need our approval. The DOT did the road. We offered to pay $300,000 to make it the 1,700-foot road 4-lane. They said no. A year later, the DOT came back, did the 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and now it's 4 lanes. Right? But again, what does that have to do with the incorporation? The issues here? Nothing. Again, everything is cast out here as if the town of Brookfield is somehow terrible, terrible. Everybody that lives here, you can't trust them, and they won't work with anybody. The city of Waukesha talked about 2 annexations. Again, revisionist history. The Russ Darrow dealership. Russ Darrow had a dealership. He put offers to purchase in on 2 houses next to the dealership that were in the town of Brookfield. Came in for a public hearing to rezone them. Neighbors objected. The town rejected the rezoning request. Annexed the property to the city. The city put the business zoning in, ripped the houses down, and expanded the dealership. All right? Intermunicipal cooperation? I don't see any. And then we talked about the other one, the Steinhoffels. It was former Steinhoffels. It's a medical clinic. What they wanted to do was put a road through that lot that they bought in the back onto Castle Road. The town didn't want it because it's a terrible traffic situation. They bought it, they put the driveway in. So now they have clinic traffic going through that vacant lot out onto Castle Road. Then they came to the town and said, they want to develop, can they hook into the sewer on Castle Road? We said, yes, but we want to know what's going to be put on that property. We don't want a real high-intense development because we got a traffic pattern already. We want some input on what kind of improvements are going to go in that property. So he said no. So now we're the bad actor because we won't allow extension of sewer when all we're asking for is input on development that directly affects the town? But they forget to tell you all that. Look at this map. You see that blue line that goes all the way back into the middle of the property that's including the 288 acres? They forgot to tell you that what happened is that property back there was owned by Gerald DeLapa, D-L-A-P-A. His well was contaminated from this fly ash pit right here. So the We Energies ordered them, the state ordered We Energies to extend, to get him water. They went to the city, and the city said, yeah, we'll put water in there, but only a 4-inch main, because we don't want anybody else back here hooking onto our water. And he had to sign an agreement, the town of Waukesha had to sign an agreement that nobody else could hook onto that 4-inch main. I forgot to tell you that, didn't I? when they're saying, we provided all this service area back there. What about, remember which speaker was, acknowledged that about 25 acres of land right here in this area was transferred from the city of Waukesha sewer service area to the town of Brookfield sewer service area, done about 4 or 5 years ago. With the approval, the city of Waukesha, town of Waukesha, city of Brookfield, and town of Brookfield. When they transferred that property, they did so because the town, or the city of Waukesha, has no intentions and never has had any intention of providing sewer service to that area, that 288 acres, except the 164 frontage. Now, Highway 59, we're all talking about this. You know what happened? When they redid Highway 59, they didn't put sewer mains in 59 all the way back here to service these properties. If they really intended to provide sewer service back here, when you're redoing 59, they would have put the infrastructure in at that time. If you take that together with the transfer of that capacity, it's clear there never was any intention. Furthermore, the city of Waukesha did not adopt a resolution agreeing to annex this property. So therefore, the issue of whether they can provide services better than the town of Brookfield is not an issue, unless I'm missing something. The only resolution adopted was by the city of Brookfield. Act 11. I think you've all got a letter on that already. That's an issue for the courts. It's nothing to do with your decision here. And I also have my opinions on that relating to the constitutionality. But that's for the courts to resolve. Okay?
Maybe.
We'll get there soon, no worries. Let me see a couple more from the other one. Superfund. Wow. The town of Brookfield has no liability on that Superfund site, nor will any municipality have any liability if it's ever transferred to another Superfund site. And of course, the city knows that because they have their own Superfund site right off of Brookfield Road, and they approved a subdivision there. What is it, Shire? What is it, Shire? Yeah, about 5-6 years ago, they got $1 million houses. So they know all about Superfund sites, but they throw it out here like it has some relevance to the criteria that you're going to consider. It has nothing to do with this criteria. The bottom line is this. You raised an excellent question, Mr. Anderson. How can you hinder the resolution of Metropolitan, hinder the solution if there is no solution, right? Well, there is a solution. You approve this incorporation, you put us on equal playing ground, equal footing with the city of Brookfield, and you will see all of these little problems go away very fast. That land that we're talking about, these 2 acres, these 2 lots here or a lot there, if they no longer can hold that over our head because they think that'll stop us from incorporating, there will be a solution. Those lands along Capitol Drive will be assimilated. And they've been doing it all along here. We've offered to transfer it to them, they say no. Yet they have no hesitancy in annexing the land during the course of this litigation and during the course of these hearings. It will go away sooner rather than later if this incorporation petition is approved. Thank you. Greetings. I'm Keith Henderson, Chairman of Brookfield, KEITH, again, a few things for you. First off, I've been on the board since '95, been the chairman since '97. And as you're probably aware, because the previous notice, that's an awful lot of elections between then and now. Since that time of being as chairman, I've been the president, the past president some years back, of the Waukesha Cooperation Council. That's a committee where all 37 communities in Waukesha County get together and trade ideas and talk about things. I've also been a member of the Consolidated Dispatch for Waukesha County. That is when it was 27 communities got together and built the dispatch center in Waukesha County. I was
a member of that board and help on those decisions. I've also been on the Waukesha Community Development, or Comprehensive Development Committee. Not only on it, it was a 3-year, I was the chair. So if we're talking about communications and cooperation between our land use and zoning, I was on that committee. And currently, Waukesha County is changing from an analog to a digital 911 service. I'm the chairman of that committee too. So again, this community has been very active in trying to get things going in Waukesha County. And I think you can see that those are rather major committees that I've been on. Since I've been around for so long, obviously I have lots of comments I could make on Highway 59 and a few of the other things. But I'll concentrate a little bit on Wire Road, since the comment came up is, are the residents up there willing to form their own town, or would they like to be part of the village? And in my conversations with them, they would like to be part of the village. What? Some of them do, some of them don't. But they've also said, in talking to some of them, I asked, well, if you form a village and you're not part of it, that would involve you forming your own town board, and how do you feel about that? And I at least had one resident who said he would like to be the chairman of that board. So I don't know about the other residents, but at least there are some people that would like to do that. Lastly, on cooperation. I will lay out one thing here. There is a development on Barker Road, as the city of Brookfield pointed out. And when that development was occurring, they approached the town and asked us if we could provide them sewer service. And our comment to them was, well, sure, the pipes are right there, we'll provide service, that's no problem. And if you need the water, we can provide the water. And they said, no, we'll provide the water, we just need the sewer. I said, okay, that's fine. And their next comment was, well, what would you like in return? And I'm going, I don't need anything in return. This is sewer and water. I am assuming if something comes up between the town and the city in the future, that we will sit down and talk about it and we'll get it done. Sewer and water. Water's going to flow, sewer's going to flow wherever the gravity takes it. Well, their response was, no, you've got to choose one thing that you want in return, because I don't want you coming back for any favors from us. I'm like, huh? You got to be kidding me. Okay, if I got to choose something, I want to complete sewer and water lines up by Capitol Drive so that my businesses up in that area can hook up. And their response was, no, choose something else. There was no doubt about what they said. And I said, well, that's what I want. If you're going to force me to choose something, that's what I want. We'll pay our fair share for the pipes and things like that, but that's what I would like. And they said, no, it's not going to happen. And I said, okay, that's not the way you should be doing this, but if I have to choose something else, okay, I'll choose the residents in the Gateway Estates area. We have sewer up there, they might need water in the future. They're all on wells, who knows? It might not happen for 10 years, it might not happen for 15 years, but at least you know that they'll have something. And they said, oh, we'll agree to that. But recognize that my original point was, this shouldn't be a real big talking point. We should all just do whatever the sewer and water needs to do. So the one thing I would just like to leave you with is, in the past, the city has made the city of Brookfield has made very comments that basically said they want to keep things the way they are. They don't want the town to become incorporated. They don't want to make the changes that were necessary for that incorporation to occur, because as long as that's out there, that gives them the chance of eventually, at some point in the future, of annexing the entire town of Brookfield. They keep nibbling away piece by piece. It may take quite a few years. It might take 50 years. It might take 75 years. Maybe it's 100 or more. But as long as they keep nibbling away, at some point, finances will get to the point that the town physically can no longer survive. And at that point, they would win. They get the town of Brookfield. So just leave you with those comments. We've tried various times to get the city to work with us and us to work with the city. If we were to appoint, we were an incorporated municipality, I'll guarantee you that sewer and water conversation will not have a place in the city. Thank you.
And we come back to this. First thing I'm going to do is the simple pleasures. I'm sorry, J. Walt, J-A-Y-W-A-L-T, and I apologize. Should have gotten it by the third time. First thing I'm going to do is something we were taught in business and say thank you for your attention. It's been almost 6 hours. There's been a lot of documentation. There's been a lot of conflicting information, and I'm not here to draw judgment on what's right, what's wrong, what's legal, or what's not. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at this and say that many of the examples brought up, look what happened in the incorporation, why it was denied there. Look what happened there. And you know what struck me as I was trying to figure out my last comments was, if not today, when? What's wrong with having governments at equal level when they've proven themselves? When the state legislature has set some statute, I agree that's arbitrary. It could have been 3 miles, it could have been 4 miles, it is what it is. But I was waiting for the rule of common sense to enter in. If that statute at the state said 3.8, I don't think we're sitting here today. But I do know that I saw failure after failure for incorporation attempt. The town of Brookfield, the town of Waukesha. I also listened to probably 4.5 hours of what's wrong with the town of Brookfield, the process, and our petition. But I didn't hear anything coming forward that said, and here's a better way to move forward. In business, we look for that. We strive for that. We try to find commonality. We try to find common ground. And we try to always move forward. I didn't hear one single comment from any community other than the town of Brookfield today that had one iota of plan for moving forward in a positive way. So with that, I hope you can find it as you review the information over the next period of time to look for that and to actually look at this as a positive, as a way to help the community move forward that by every other measure deserves village status. I'm here today to say, please, give us equal ground. We absolutely want to work with our neighbors, but we need to work with them as peers. We've seen what happens, and we've heard it today, when we're not viewed as peers. In fact, I felt like we were subhumans at times. So as we move forward, I ask you again to look at the things that we are trying to protect. We're trying to protect an incredible tip, a wonderful development, $1 billion of equalized value, and we can't do that when we're constantly engaged in war, in border battles, in every kind of issue you can possibly be involved in. I would love as a citizen to see our time spent cooperatively looking at this area as a region instead of individual fiefdoms and trying to look for ways to move forward. I hope you can see it that way, and I thank you again. And I am done, and I am the last for the town of Brookfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? With that, I'm just so if you wish to submit additional comments or opinions, we'll need to have that sent to Department of Administration by the 29th of May. This board will continue to take in information and apply it to the standards that were outlined today. We need to render a final decision by July 30th of this year, the absolute latest, so we will continue on our work. With that, we greatly appreciate the petitioners, those of the public interest, and especially the citizens who live in this area, your time to sit through this today, as well as offer your opinions. They have been noted and will continue to be in this decision. Those are on record. I'm going to ask at this time, are there additional people out there that wish to speak?
Yes, there's a woman here.
Okay. Why don't you come forward, please? I could just have you state and spell your name for the record, please.
Sherry Hoefs, S-H-E-R-I, last name is H-O-C-H-E-R-I. Sorry, I didn't realize I had to check that on the box.
You're great, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am speaking for myself and my husband, and we would like to go on record stating that we vehemently oppose the hostile takeover of our Town of Waukesha property in an effort to assist the Town of Brookfield in becoming a village. Mr. Waltz, and I don't know if he's still here, Mr. Waltz's reasoning for becoming a village, as I understand it, is to preserve the town's identity and protect its territory from the threat of future annexations. In our opinion, that's an oxymoron because in order for him to do that, he has to annex our property. Mr. Walt, I resent the idea that protecting your town borders and your rights as a homeowner within those town borders trumps my right to protect my town border and my rights as a homeowner. I ask that you reflect on what you're doing. I caution you in your aggression and your actions, for me as a Town of Waukesha resident, are not very neighborly. I respect your desire to protect your borders, and I ask that you respect my wishes to protect my borders. And I ask that you leave the Town of Waukesha alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? So, just so people understand, this basically concludes what I said. The notice says we will be here till 7. So, those wishing, I'm going to remain open for the next 5 minutes or so in case someone comes in wishing to speak. But then at 7 o'clock, if no one is here to speak, we will promptly adjourn. I know there may be board members who need to get on their way. With that, we stand informal.